Yes, it is indeed time for sex. Make sure my Twitch is working. For once, I actually worked ahead of time. There shouldn't be much going on I have to do. Hey Nixon, how's it going? Hey Jack, how's it going? Hey, sometimes I could be on time. Hey Fuse Boy, how's it going? Let me see. Just trying to bring up the live stream chat, just in case something happens. Won't be floundering my way to update you guys. Go. That's good. Yeah, I heard Cyberpunk's actually good now. I never played it in my life. I just know it was a disaster when it first came out. It was certainly a game. Alright, let me go ahead and refill my water, because I actually brought water ahead of time, but it's not going to be nearly enough. All right. You guys ready to play Resident Evil 9? So, I'm actually not going to get Resident Evil 9. I just have way too much stuff to do, like how I talked about in Discord. I was actually playing Time Strangers, getting close to finishing that game, but that took me like a little over a week to get done, so I lost like a week of progress of making videos. Because whenever I focus on something, everything else just kind of drops by the wayside. So even though I'm having fun, I'm not getting any progress done, so I'm probably not gonna get Resident Evil 9. But my friend is going to play it, so I'll probably watch her play it. Yeah, Time Strangers is a good game, for sure. People call it the best Digimon game ever, actually. I am not sure if I agree with that, but it's definitely top 2. If not, yeah, top 2, I would say. The gameplay is strong enough. The story is actually pretty good too. My only real issue is that the story itself is fast-paced, but it is slow enough that the character moments happen. And the character moments are still good, so it's not really a complaint, but it is noticeably fast on how the game is paced. The game story is paced. And there's a general problem with Digimon games where they it feels like it's doing a Rubik's Cube on getting the Digimon that you want. Unlike Pokemon, where it's like it's pretty simple. Like you catch it and then it's pretty standard, and you kind of know what you're going to get with a Pokemon. With Digimon, you have like a Venn diagram of what you can get with your Digimon. You have to worry about personalities. You have to worry about meeting the stat requirements. You have the farm where you train them. You have to... If you want specific ones, you have to get certain eggs to unlock it. There's DNA digivolving, where you put 2 Digimon together and all that stuff. So it's much more complicated, I would say, which is funny coming from me, because my favorite series is SMT, which has a fusion system, and that's very similar, but I think the fusion system is more intuitive compared to the Digimon system. That's a hero game. You know, I do like hard stuff, for sure. Whenever the game is hard, I cheer for joy. Then I may or may not finish the game. Like, my friend was telling me that for New Game Plus, there is Mega Plus mode, and like everything one-shot you, and I was like, that sounds fun. I'm like thinking, Huh. Maybe I actually legitimately am a masochist. But alright. We are about to do Sexy's event. And surprisingly enough, I have not been spoiled on anything. Which I'm actually shocked by. Unfortunately, I couldn't pull her on my CN account because I just haven't played a CN account. So you can't see her skills, but it's alright. We'll see her in-game. So I have not been spoiled by anything, but I also haven't heard any opinions on this event yet. So I have no idea if this is going to be a very good event or not. Going by the track record, I do expect it to be pretty good. Especially since they did hype this up a little bit. That is going to be a pretty important prelude to what's to come. We did see a bunch of Nemesis there. We did see a lot of Nemesis in the trailer. Or at least her frame. Yeah, we'll see what happens. Okay, not that long. It's about standard. We're probably here for like 4 hours. Who is calling me? Oh wait, it's a minor event, so there's... Wait. There was voices in Bossy's event, right? Okay. Just mentioned mother. So I did not see any of the trailer and any subs. I just saw the video itself. There's no subs, so I have no idea. So that was intentional. I kind of didn't want to get into it. Are you Helena? No, you're not 043. Who are you? So there really is someone who can hear me. No, I should have already. It doesn't exist anymore. Why? What are you talking about? I saw it. Through your eyes. I see. That person guiding fate is right by your side. I wonder if the Japanese doesn't have any voices, but the Chinese do. We'll go through this first, and I'll check. Because this will be the first time in a while where we wouldn't have a voiced event. Main Link, are you ready? Of course, the testing protocol can be initiated at any time. Alright. Alright then. Sextans, please follow Main Link's instructions from here on. Sextans, who have been looking at me silently since earlier, moved for the first time. She nodded and entered the maintenance pod designated by her for her by Mei Ling. Don't worry, it's just a routine maintenance and a normal Neurocloud backup. It'll be over soon. Mei Ling carefully secures Sextan's frame to the operating table with restraint straps. After double-checking that all the buckles were fastened, she pulled the pod door shut, activated the biolock, and then gave me an OK gesture. Ever since Dia repaired her frame and rebooted her Neurocloud, Sextan's condition on the Elmo has been very stable. Perhaps because she lost most of her Neurocloud data, when she doesn't receive my orders, she just silently watches the dolls or humans coming and going on the Elmo. Although she seems completely non-hostile, she also has absolutely no intention of fitting in. Or perhaps, rather than a doll, Sextan's existence is more like an ordinary AI, limited in fixed functions, looping through pre-input commands, and unable to communicate most of the time. But fortunately, judging from the current situation, especially compared to Blue Spear, who just had problems a few days ago, Sextan's frame and Neurocloud status are much more stable. Last time Reconnaissance invaded Sextan's deep-level Neurocloud, she had tamed some information I didn't expect. At the time, I didn't realize the importance of this information, but certain details from the subsequent Lviv explosion incident led me to make certain speculations about the nature of third-generation dolls, and even Paradis's new research direction. Blue Spirit is quote-unquote alive, yeah, but she's in deep hibernation. If you remember during, I believe, yeah, it was during Anti-Parallel, Blue Spirit went berserk, and they had to take her down. So she's contained. And now the clues in my hands and my channels for obtaining information are very limited. If I could start with Sextans and get a bit more intel. In short, if things go smoothly, the secrets hidden behind the third-generation dolls, Boojums, and Helena, as well as the various experiments and conspiracies centered around the ruins. It's time to confirm it. Deep in this uninhabited yellow zone, hundreds of kilometers away from the nearest security station, at this moment when many things have settled into place, I can start doing something. Mei Ling, prepare to. I was just about to begin when, out of the corner of my eye, I suddenly caught a glimpse of a small figure hiding in the shadows behind some instrument. The moment my gaze swept over, the person shifted their body inward, leaving only a small corner of their clothes exposed. Wait, Melanie? I walked over and pulled Melanie out but from behind the equipment. Melanie, what are you doing here? I was just... Alright, no problem, Dylan. We'll be here all night, I think. I just dropped something from here. You dropped it here? What was it? Melanie hemmed and hawed for a long time, but still couldn't give a clear explanation. I noticed her evasive gaze and that something seemed wrong with her, so I crouched down and patted her head. Yeah, she did. When she first showed up, she kind of went like full John Wick and pulled out a Glock and killed Anita. Yeah. What's wrong? Did you find something? Melanie still didn't speak. Alright, Melanie. Since you refuse to talk, you have to leave the maintenance room. We're about to start the Neurocloud test program now. Having an extra heat source in the room will interfere with the data. Wait! I must stay. Why is that? I raised my communicator. Call Fane, come to the maintenance room, and take Melanie away. Wait a moment, Commander. I actually wanted to stay here to confirm a few things. About this Miss Sextans. About Sextans? Fine. There are still some things I'm not certain about, so could you let me stay here and observe the test results together? Once I confirmed it, I will definitely tell the Commander everything I know. Melanie seemed very concerned about Sextans. Even while speaking, her eyes kept darting towards the maintenance pod. Her behavior also suddenly reminded me of something. Right. Back when we first encountered Sextans, Melanie said something. I knew it. Knew what? Have you seen it before? Not this one, but she looks very much like the one I saw before. She also had this mark of fusion. Do you know what this fusion mark is? It's an extract of Boojum tissue. Fusion leaves behind such traces. That's right. The second after this conversation happened, Sextans began self-repairing. And Bluespear's rampage last time seemed to also be because Melanie and Helena were near. Was that an actual scene? Yeah, that's an actual scene. That should have happened... It might have been slightly after Aphelion? Was it Racing's event? I don't think it was. Wait, it was. Yeah, it was. It was towards the end of Racing's event. Because in Aphelion, Sextans was already active, but she wasn't in her new outfit yet. Could she really know something? I looked at Sextans, who had already entered dormancy inside the pod, and then looked at Melanie. Fine, you can stay here. I looked up and gave Melanie a wink. But the maintenance pod is Melanie's territory. Whether it's me or anyone else present, we must all act according to her instructions. If you want to stay, you must strictly follow her orders. Understand? Exactly. Little Melanie, if you want to stay, you have to be obedient. I'll be obedient. Got it. Then let's begin. Is one got to try Sextans out? I don't have her. It's not a tier list, but the unit guide that's usually in the CN thread for the official Girls Frontline 2 Discord, they did update with her info. So it's in there if you want to look for that. The moment I issued the command, the scattered humming of several instruments sounded simultaneously, filling the entire maintenance room. The dolls, who had been sporadically scattered in various corners of the preparation room just a moment ago, immediately gathered around, guarding this striking maintenance pod with a tight formation. Hey, Helen. Nice of you to suddenly pop up out of nowhere. Helen, please connect to the Elmo cloud and monitor the data stream exported from Sextans' Neurocloud in real time. Thanks, Dylan. That's what it is. Roger. Bukai? Please lead Squad 404 to assist in blocking any potential interference signals in the surroundings to ensure the purity of the information source.
Understood.
Hey Zerskin, how's it going? Squad 404?
Squad 404, come with me.
Monitoring and defenses have all been arranged. The only thing left is Dandelion.
Oh my, really? What does it turn into? Why does it turn to shouting and yelling as soon as my turn?
In the holographic image, accompanied by a lazy complaint, a shadow slowly appeared, yawning.
I say, Commander, could you occasionally use honorifics like please or trouble you with me? Say it. Say it.
I don't know why I couldn't bring myself to say it.
Commander?
Definitely next time. Melanie has already activated Neurocloud data monitoring instruments. The situation is urgent now, so let's proceed with the mining of past data first.
Honestly, I've rarely asked spoil with you, yet I get ruthlessly ignored just like that.
Although she complained half-jokingly, from the data flow on the display screen, one can see that Dandelion had already breached a firewall in Sextans' Neurocloud data and was diving down using a stable data module in level 2 as an anchor. Soon I heard feedback coming through my earpiece.
Aspect of a 3rd generation doll frame. It looks very sturdy. You think so too, right, Melanie?
Although Melanie frowned deeply, she didn't voice any objections. It seems we don't have to worry about a problem like Blue Spirit occurring.
Yeah, but I have to say, the Neurocloud structure of 3rd generation dolls, the designer is truly a genius with sinister intentions.
You can tell something like that just from the residual data?
Of course. I just ran a full scan of her Neurocloud space and tidied up the data structure a bit. You can tell from the way this data is arranged that although the designer gave these 3rd generation dolls ample and unrestricted room to grow, and there really are no baseline settings for their personalities, there still exists some kind of rule that I cannot decipher. All I know is that the stronger a 3rd generation doll's Neurocloud grows, the more trapped she will be by this rule, and at the same time, they themselves cannot perceive any clear influence or intervention. It's like a human being bound by an invisible silice. Although it's painful, they don't know what sharp object is tearing their flesh and can only live on in symbiosis with the pain. Initially, I thought this was to limit their dangerous power or to restrict the targets of their hostility. For instance, preventing them from attacking the conglomerate or something similar. But currently, the personalities of 3rd generation dolls seem to vary quite a bit, so I don't know what the actual effect of this rule is. We can only ask the developer themselves. However, judging from this painstakingly elaborate Neurocloud design that offers no actual boost in efficiency, these developers of the 3rd generation dolls didn't really want to create brand new handy tools or super weapons or anything like that, nor did she have some idealized hypothesis about the future of dolls like Persica did. The developer of the 3rd generation dolls? Could it be Teacher?
What's wrong, Melanie? Have you seen something like that? Melanie rubbed her hands nervously, seemingly hesitating about something.
I just heard a little bit of a sound. It was when a certain third-generation doll was brought to the lab. Teacher once... I couldn't hear what they specifically said. But that third-generation doll called her... Mother.
First a father, and now a mother. These precious people sure love playing house.
The word parents is very important to humans. But to dolls, unless such recognition is added to the base level, they originally don't have this kind of consciousness. At most, they would just have a special request for the creator, like the AR team.
In other words, these dolls are programmed to be their children.
I already said they don't have base level personality settings, so it's more likely that this doll felt she needed a mother.
After saying this meaningfully, Dandelion continued to dive deeper, breaking through the limits of the level 3 base layer. Oh, right, yeah, that happened again. Okay. While that's doing this thing. I leaned against the console, involuntarily pondering the contents of what she said. A chaotic mother. The original purpose of designing dolls was to better assist humans in their work. They were endowed with the expectation of ought to be more efficient. Therefore, their emotions, free will, pain, instinctual fears, and other such feelings are not easily recognized by the world. However, contemporary great doll designers like Persica built upon this foundation, adding more of their idealized traits to dolls. Gradually, dolls are being viewed by humans as equal, or at least akin to themselves. I originally thought that the designer of the third generation dolls simply wanted to create better, more outstanding, and more powerful dolls. If not for that, then what? All underlying instructions have been lifted, Commander. Are you ready to receive the impact of the data stream? I looked at Helen. She had plugged the terminal of her data cable into the Elmo cloud, her visual module flickering with a faint blue stream of light. Continue. The humming sound of the maintenance room became shrill. Although Sextans' Neurocloud was completely white, it looked like the amount of original data is still quite considerable. As Melanie worked busily at the console, my eyes followed hers, staring intently at the data update log in front of us. Suddenly, a conspicuous red log entry caught my attention. At the same time, Dandelion's voice sounded in my earpiece.
Ah, Commander, I found something interesting. Want to take a look?
What is it?
I found a strange protocol at the base layer of Sextans' Neurocloud data.
A protocol? Don't all dolls have something like that? Whether it's a Zener protocol, or Griffin dolls, or the August protocol of Singus Fairy dolls.
There is a basic Zener protocol, but the protocol I'm talking about is a bit different.
How's it different? Don't keep me in suspense at a time like this.
Don't be so impatient. It's rare for me to see something I can't figure out. I'm getting excited too.
Seeing the look I gave her, Dandelion immediately dropped her cynical expression.
Alright, let me think of a more fitting example. If dolls designed using Hume's theory, Hume name drop, are a kind of a new life. For example, treating Hume dolls and Persica second generation dolls as animals and plants in eukaryotes, respectively, while Lycoris's Sengo's fairy dolls are more like prokaryotes. No matter how big the differences are, their variations are limited to classifications within the category of cellular organisms. But third generation dolls are like computer-controlled nanodrones, seemingly harmlessly blending in, but fundamentally they are counterfeits.
Are you saying third generation dolls aren't upgrade second generation dolls, but something completely different altogether? But when Dier dismantled Sextans and Bluespear's frames earlier, it didn't seem like there was that much of a difference. Most of the frame is exactly as he said. 90% of the parts can be bought. At most, some modules are very advanced and not publicly sold. Commander, you couldn't afford them in the past, and, well, you still can't afford them now. The doll frames recovered from a coach, the Sia, looks quite a bit lower end than Sextans and the others. Only at the elite doll level. It seems the conglomerate is quite frugal when it comes to those who didn't make the cut as third generation dolls, including those two dolls from Makosh. The key characteristics of this batch of dolls is that protocol. You underestimate me too much. Our income has increased a lot lately. So, what is special about this protocol?
It's obvious that the Neurocloud generation dolls and the Zener protocol connect those redundantly complex, high-performance modules. And that protocol, under the restrictions of the rule I mentioned, translates the signals from the doll's Neurocloud into neural signals, connecting with the center inside the body that controls the Boojum cells, forming a neural network that is more efficient than the human bodies. At the very least, we can be sure that the essence of a third generation doll's various eccentrics capabilities is achieved by driving Boojum cells from the center via this protocol.
That kind of power indeed defies common sense a bit.
Besides that, unlike a Neurocloud, it should be called instinct? Reflexes? That center determines the doll's actions, and its priority is close to or even exceeds a Neurocloud. Conversely, it doesn't possess this rationality and can only process basic behaviors, so it cannot replace the Neurocloud. However, the information received by a third generation doll during her growth, as well as her internalized thoughts, will all feed back into that center based on this protocol. Therefore, this center will also grow along with the construction of her Neurocloud. As for what it eventually becomes, it's hard to say right now. So that's how it is.
Do you remember anything? Melanie thought for a moment, but eventually shook her head.
I haven't completely remembered yet, but I think Miss Dandelion is right.
Hearing Melanie's words, Dandelion tilted her head and looked at me with a smile.
How about it, Commander? Do you want to crack this protocol and take a look? You might just find what you're looking for inside.
Faced with Dandelion's clearly provocative and tempting tone, I pondered for a moment, feeling that things weren't that simple. So what are the risks of cracking this?
I don't know. After all, this is my first time having the opportunity to come into such close contact with a third generation doll. But your luck has always been good, Commander. Even if you run into any trouble, you'll definitely turn danger into safety. So there's trouble. It couldn't possibly be something you brought along, could it? How could I? Ever since I've been following you, haven't I been diligently assisting you? How could I possibly have any bad intentions? I stared into Dandelion's eyes that were trying to look innocent, then opened a voice comp on the Elmo. Kukai, prepare to enhance electromagnetic signal shielding and conceal the Elmo's equipment signal bands. Rosa, please also lead Squad Rosa to set up defenses around the Elmo. Do not overlook any suspicious heat sources. Yokai? Subsequently, I assigned squads Monsoon, Zucchero, and others to deploy in positions with weak defenses. During the defense deployment process, Dandelion kept looking at me with a slightly resentful expression. Oh my. Do you really trust me that little, Commander? How could that be? I trust you very much. Springfield, please call the others who are still on the activity floor to come over and support Helen. Right, and Mei-Ling, while you're at it, throw in the Cloud's protective barrier too. Alright, you can start now. Roger, roger. Dandelion resentfully raised an eyebrow and vanished again. The indicator lights on the instruments blinked and danced. My gaze passed through those points of light, looking toward Sextans in the maintenance pod. Her eyes closed tight as if in a deep sleep. Back in Lviv, I witnessed with my own eyes the entire process of another third-generation doll, Igla, transforming into something resembling a Boojum creature. Does it mean Sextans also has the potential to turn to a Boojum? Regardless, since it's come to this matter must be clarified. Time ticked by and Dandelion sent no further messages. It seems that even she isn't fully at ease when cracking a third-generation doll's Neurocloud data. I could only wait quietly. Melanie stared intently at Sextans in the maintenance pod, as if confirming whether she had truly entered dormancy. Melanie, is the matter you're concerned about related to what Dandelion just said? Yes. Miss Dandelion mentioned the Boojum Center of their Terracing dolls just now. I don't know if I'm right about this, but lately No, ever since you and the Commander? Who is you in this case? It's like a translation error. I just want to erase the Commander portion. No, ever since you came back from Lviv, I've been intermittently sensing some kind of fluctuation. And this fluctuation is the same as when I was... As if thinking back on the past experience, Melanie involuntarily flinched. When we were in the laboratory, they feel very similar. And at that time, teacher once said that through this method, she would cultivate a holy grail. I have heard that term before. It was mentioned in Groza's previous analysis report on Sextans that the developers of the third-generation dolls once called Sextans the Holy Grail. But there isn't enough evidence to show whether this codename refers to Sextans as an individual or all third-generation dolls. I went back to my previous thoughts. At first, I thought the third-generation dolls were cultivated because Paradise needed a special combat force to replace Nidos, while the conglomerate wanted a high-priced commodity. However, this Boojum technology used by the third-generation dolls is difficult to mass-produce. Although they are elite, they cannot become weapons that truly change the tide of battle. Combining this with my previous conversation with Dandelion about their Neuroclouds, I've reached a new conclusion. that third dimension dolls can bring Paradise a step closer to the ruins. After the Lviv incident, we can confirm that Paradise still covets the power of the ruins, and Helena and the others were created for this purpose. But why did they have to implement it in the form of dolls, and even let them be driven by the conglomerate, risking being killed or captured? Is there a special reason for this? Subnautoria. Commander, this is bad! Just as I was trying to sort out these clues, Melanie suddenly grabbed my sleeves, looking at me in panic. What's the matter? The Neurocloud test. We must stop it quickly. I suddenly thought of a possibility. Anyway, if this keeps up, we might be discovered. Discovered by who? Could it be by the one who made you? Before Melanie could answer, Kukai's anxious voice came through the earpiece. Commander, Squad 440 has captured an anomalous fluctuation. The direction indicated on the meter is Prague. Prague? Red zone. Although the logs on display screen showed that the decryption process was still proceeding normally, Melanie's warning and Kukai's report made me feel an inexplicable sense of unease. Dandelion, can you stop for a moment? Something seems to be happening outside. Dandelion? There's no echo. Helen. Melanie, see what's going on. I'm looking. The speed at which Melanie operated her dashboard visibly reacted to human limits, usually reached human limits. A minute later, a response finally came from the other side. Commander, there is no response from remote control. I'm going to forcibly sever Miss Helen's connection to the cloud now. With Melanie's actions of pulling down the lever, the connection between Helen and the Elmo cloud was cut off with a bzzz. I hurriedly took a step forward and caught Helen before she collapsed onto the floor. Helen slowly opened her eyes in my arms. Commander. How are you? Are you okay? What happened inside? While decrypting it, the abnormal Neurocloud data Miss Dandelion mentioned suddenly began to multiply chaotically. They are currently proliferating like a virus. If we don't stop them quickly, all the data on the Elmo and everyone's Neurocloud backups will... Miss Dandelion is currently taking some countermeasures, but I'm afraid she won't be able to hold out for long. We need to hurry over and help her. Alright, I understand. Springfield, Jauhi. Please lead Squad Zucchero and Squad Monsoon separately to connect to the cloud and assist Dandelion. You okay? Commander. I can still help too. But... that while naval data is buried in a very hidden place in the underlying Neurocloud, if I don't lead the way, it might take a long time to get there. I'm worried we won't make it in time. Looking at Helen's anxious eyes, I had no choice but to nod. Understood. Don't push yourself too hard. Please rest assured, I will bring everyone back safely. Helen smiled and squeezed my hand firmly, then turned and reconnected the transmission cable to the frame's interface. Seeing that everyone from Monsoon and Zucchero was also ready to connect, Melanie lit up the display board and opened the connection interface. Everyone, let's go! No.
逃げられる。さっさと倒れたらどうだ。後悔するなら今のうちよ。
Well, definitely, if Dandelion is having issues with the virus, that's a pretty big fucking deal. You probably don't want to mess with that virus. Helen coughs. After an anxious wait, as Helen opens her eyes first, everyone who assisted with the work gradually woke up as well.
Anyway, thank you all for your hard work. Thank goodness, everyone is fine. You finally managed to save the data.
Melanie slumped into a chair, letting out a long sigh of relief. It seems that the matter is temporarily resolved. How is it? Did everything go smoothly?
Oh my! I thought I was a goner this time. As expected with third generation doll, she really gave me a lot of unexpected surprises for the first time in a while.
Linda Dandelion, who had just recovered from the frantic situation, I suddenly felt a bit embarrassed to yell at her like before. But I suddenly remembered that before the Decryption work started.
But your luck has always been good, Commander. Even if you run into any trouble, you'll definitely turn danger into safety.
Dandelion? Could this accident have also been within your calculations?
Commander, aren't you overestimating my abilities a bit? Whether it's the Boojum Center found in the bottom of the Neurocloud, or the sudden electromagnetic fluctuations, those are all things that happen later. And don't forget, this is my first time coming into contact with a third generation doll.
Although I didn't plan to completely trust Dandelion's words, now wasn't the time to dwell on them. Thinking of this, I looked at Melanie, who had shrunk back to the side. Melanie, you just said we might be discovered by something?
Just now, I felt a peculiar sensation. It was exactly the same as last time with Helena. It was a kind of fluctuation. If I could sense Helena back then the others, our companions, and also a teacher, must have also been able to sense just now.
So you're guessing that if you could pick up on the fluctuations that occurred during the Lviv incident, then the other party could also use these fluctuations to capture our location?
Yes. I'm sorry, Commander, I didn't think of this earlier. Actually, these past few days I've occasionally felt someone sweeping through my mind with similar fluctuations. That must be someone trying to figure out a way to search for her existence. Just now, if only I could have stopped it. The Sextans has already admitted her own fluctuation. If it's teacher, she definitely has a way to find her. It's not because I'm too stupid.
Melanie seemed to feel guilty because she couldn't warn me in time. Although I also felt the situation was urgent, the fact that I didn't think of the underlying possibilities is definitely not her fault. It's fine. What we just said is merely uncertain speculation.
But
Melanie, you've already worked very hard. You don't need to shoulder these additional burdens. Just tell me everything you can think of and any possible guesses you might have, and I'll take care of the rest, okay? Someone's breaking out of something. Just as Melanie was about to speak, a huge crashing sound came from behind us. Sextans in the cabin had woken up at some point and was trying to break free from their string straps. Melanie, lock the cabin door.
Will do. Deadline, check Sextans' Neurocloud status. The situation is very bad. Her Neurocloud data was already chaotic and now it's become a complete mush. I can't extract any useful data at all.
Then hurry up and think of a way.
I'm working on it.
While Dandelion is trying to restore Sextans' Neurocloud to normal, Sextans in the cabin had already broken free from her restraints, pounding the cabin door with her fists again and again. The entire maintenance room was engulfed in huge vibrations, and a visible crack appeared on the cabin's double-layer reinforced fiberglass. Then, Sexton's faint voice suddenly sounded over the comms.
Go.
What?
Must go.
I turned up the volume on my headset, trying to make out what she was saying.
Must go back. Go back to Mother.
Oh, okay. As a beam of blue light lit up in the cabin, Sexton was struck by a powerful electric current and instantly went limp. No? Stay?
Finally dealt with. Commander, I did pretty well, didn't I?
You reacted quite fast this time. After all, if you were 2 seconds later, Sextans would have said what she wanted to say.
Oh my, thank you for the compliment.
Dandelion gave me an exaggerated bow. Is this girl holding a grudge because I didn't use honorifics with her? I mean, she's holding a grudge because you're being an asshole. We're still in the same cutscene, Recon, so we haven't done it yet. See my somewhat awkward expression, Dandelion's honor holograph image drifted a little closer with a grin.
Alright, Commander. What I did just now wasn't merely sudden her electricity.
Wasn't merely?
Here, take a look at this.
A log record appeared on the screen in the cabin. Looking at the record arrangement of characters on it, I suddenly thought of something.
This is
coordinates?
That's right. Although it hasn't been deciphered yet. Data using this type of encryption method is undoubtedly a set of coordinates.
Are you saying you intercepted these coordinates from Sexton's disordered Neurocloud data stream just now?
Although the string of data only appeared for a split second in a dimension of time, its timing in our photo work was much more conspicuous than you imagine.
What exactly does that mean?
It's nothing. Anyway, let's happily crack this grumpy old thing.
これもみんなのおかげだ。
Confirm. And then we'll swap over to Chinese and see what we can get. And also, I want to go ahead and... Where is it? Yeah. Put it back down. How long was that cutscene? That was like 40 minutes. That was Node 1. Okay. Two hours later.
What a tedious and completely unnecessary encryption method.
Okay, yeah, there's no voices. Okay, this shouldn't be a filler. Actually, we haven't had filler in a long time.
If all the passwords in the world are this lacking in an aesthetic sense, then technology is truly doomed.
So what's the result?
Dandelion didn't speak, but directly pulled up the map data on the cloud, focusing on a continuously blinking red dot. That's right, it's here.
Which event was this from? From Ghost from Line 1, I can't remember it. Was it Singularity? What's an isomer?
The signal of the abnormal fluctuations we captured earlier must also came from this direction.
The coordinates detected by Squad 404, the signal intercepted by Sextans Neurocloud, and the fluctuations Melanie sensed. Everything seemed to point to a certain location. Could Melanie's teacher and Sexton's mother also exist in that place? The timing of this clue's appearance was like a faint glimmer of light lost at sea, enticing me to move in that direction. If Melanie's and my speculations are true, then the other party should have already discovered the Elmo's location by now. Why get so much cyclone music? Because they spend too much on cosplayers. Obviously. But on the other hand, we also obtained some clues about them. The timing was too perfect to be a coincidence, yet calling it a trap still feels somewhat incongruous. Should we take the initiative to attack?
Commander, what do you plan to do next?
Let me think for a moment. I slowly sat down, trying to sort out my thoughts. Whether this information is reliable or not is the only direction I can trace. The remaining question is whether the situation and combat strength on the Elmo can support me launching an investigation operation immediately. In addition, before we begin the operation, I need to properly ask Melanie if she can recall any more related clues. Uh-oh. Shit's happening. Again! Sirens suddenly blared on the Elmo, immediately after Gross's voice came through the comms.
Commander! A fully organized, well-equipped mercenary squad is heading our way. It looks like their target is the Elmo. Recon indicates they have about 46 standard squads, approaching in light assault vehicles. In addition to their equipment, the team also has anti-tank missiles and machine guns. Commander, please give the order.
Gross's voice was anxious. I looked at the radar. A large swath of red heat signatures was approaching the Elmo at extreme speed.
What?
Even if our position was disposed, they carry way too fast. Grossa, can you confirm their identity?
They look no different from the units we encountered before. It should be a group of bounty hunters.
Bounty hunters? In a place like this?
When these guys had intel?
How they become so well informed?
But your previous information channels, Commander, were much more well informed than this.
We'll have to increase the aerial beacon patrol reconnaissance missions after this. Groza, you're the closest. Take your team and intercept the first wave of attacks. Squads Monsoon and Zucchero will head out to support you immediately. Yeah, bounty hunters with heat-seeker missiles? Yeah, that's pretty weird, right? The crying T-Doll alarm is on. Like, yeah, let's think about that. Bounty hunters with heat-seeking missiles. And machine guns. Something tells me they're getting paid a lot. This might just be coincidence. They might have already been on their way by the time this happened.
Roger.
404. Make sure the Elmo's radar concealment is tight. I guess the enemy only knows our general location, hasn't detected our exact coordinates yet.
Understood.
Mainling, start the Elmo's engine. We need to prepare to relocate.
Will do.
They're bounty hunters. No, I'm a fucking Varjager. Come, kill them. Oh yeah, guys are Chinese.
Commander, do you copy?
You may. Wait, you may? Yes, please speak.
The first wave of enemies has been defeated, and the remaining scattered forces are retreating.
Who missed it? Yeah, I kind of missed it.
However, during their retreat, their formation wasn't chaotic, and their marching intentions were very clear. So we suspect the enemy likely has support forces waiting to emerge not far away.
Alright, I understand. Helen, using the location of Gross's crossfire as a radius, find a way to intercept the enemy's communication signals and see what exactly they are up to.
Enemies of this scale wouldn't be so careless. They are most likely using encrypted comms frequencies. I also just detected that they are carrying military-grade encrypted comms relay beacons, but I can try monitoring this signal traffic. If they have reinforcements, the support units must be gradually connecting to the command unit signal base station right now.
Let's do that. Upon receiving permission, Helen immediately sprang into action. Very soon, her electronic detection yielded results.
Just as I expected. All communication frequency bands nearby are using level 2 encryption or higher, which will take time to crack. However, the relay beacon I detected earlier currently has a communications volume several times denser than when we just exchanged fire. And at the same time, more than 20 new network nodes have been added. Preliminary estimation puts the enemy reinforcement around 10 squads. Such a huge lineup. Has my bot increased again? A moment of silence. Their surrounding dolls all looked at me. I'm just kidding. Rosa, the enemy has a lot of reinforcements. Retreat immediately and let Monsoon and Zuckro assist you. Do not drag out the fight. Understood.
Springfield, Jiahui.
Commander, it's too late! The enemy has reassembled their formation and is rapidly approaching Squad Rosa's position. Squad Monsoon has visual on this side as well. Sir, your orders. Commander, if we can hold off a bit longer over here, enough for the Elmo to relocate to a safe place.
No. Once the Elmo relocates, all your subsequent supplies and support will be cut off. The enemy this time looks tough to deal with. You must adopt a comprehensive plan.
But if we don't relocate you, and everyone on the Elmo will face the risk of being attacked.
The combat capabilities of the Elmo's echelons are already reliable. Although I must consider the situation goes reported, abandoning them is unacceptable, and for that, I must also show some strength. I understand the situation now, implementing the following tactical deployments. Squad Monsoon, approach Squad Rosa head-on from the northwest route. Execute a feint attack with the objective of drawing enemy's attention.
Squad Monsoon, copy.
Zerko Squad, approach the enemy's flank from the southwest,
find a weak point while the two groups of enemies merge, and launch a surprise attack on that spot with knots and firepower. Helen will assist you with rapid position. Alright, understood. As for the Elmo, remain on the outskirts of the battlefield and observe for now. Unless necessary, do not engage in exposed combat. We don't have much time left to react. Let's move out. The three squads outside reacted to the enemy's offensive with utmost speed. Reports came frequently over the comms. Although the enemy's firepower was fierce, the dolls responded properly under my command and soon shook off the enemy's pursuit, putting some distance between them. Commander, the fire strike here worked. There's a small commotion among the enemy support forces in the rear. Now's a good time to retreat. Squad Monsoon, how are things in your end? Squad Groza has largely broken free and is preparing to evacuate. However, to avoid exposing the location of the base vehicle, we will be making a detour towards the Elmo's direction. It will take longer than expected, but at least it will ensure the Elmo's safety. Good. Thanks for your hard work, everyone. We will dispatch a team to receive you immediately. I looked at the doll standing by on the Elmo. Hey! Cheyenne. I'm here, Commander. I am now appointing you as the temporary captain of the Elmo's mobile squad. Me? That's right. Next, I will consolidate the remaining forces on the Elmo to form a tactical reception team, responsible for safely escorting squads Groza, Monsoon, and Zucro back to the Elmo. I'd like you to take command of the squad temporarily. But I just arrived on the Elmo. I'm not really... No. Judging from my recent observations of you, you have rich combat experience and good coordination skills. You are the most suitable candidate to command this temporarily assigned squad. Try to avoid direct conflict with the enemy and prioritize everyone's safety. I understand. Commander, thank you for your approval. I will be focusing on controlling the Elmo next, so I'm temporarily handing over secondary command of the entire battlefield to you. If any unexpected situations arise during the return trip, you can issue orders directly to everyone. Anyway, you can just judge the specific situation on the battlefield yourself. Roger. I will definitely not betray your trust. After raising the tactics, Cheyenne left with Bossy, Huipa, Sabrina, and Lewis. Afterward, Melanie kept the Elmo safe, at the safe distance from the main battlefield where it wouldn't be detected by enemy radar. Mainly, once you see everyone safely disengage, you can move the Elmo a bit closer. But if we do that, the Elmo's position will be exposed. It's alright. But our current location is not far from the red zone. Once we pick up squad, Groza and the others, we can drive the Elmo near the red zone to hide for a bit. If they really are bounty hunters, deploying such a large-scale force to hunt us down, and their combat units are all ordinary humans, the bounty would be enough to split among them anyway. If they follow us into the red zone, I'm afraid the bounty each person gets won't even be enough to treat radiation sickness. So they might not be willing to take that risk. But if their identity isn't that simple, then it's a different story. Outside the Elmo, the sounds of the crossfire on the battlefield were becoming increasingly deafening. My nerves were tense as I kept an eye on each doll situation so I could react immediately if anything happened. Commander, we have a situation over here. Nurse's condition is not quite right. We are currently assisting the other three members of Squad Groza in trying to bring her back. What? Nemesis? Is she hurt? No. Originally, Squad Groza was ready to withdraw from the center of the crossfire, but Nemesis' frame seems somewhat out of control, making her completely unable to participate in combat operations. Now I'll take her place and provide covering fire for Squad Groza. Commander, I might not be able to hold out for long, but I will try my best to complete the mission you gave me.
You did very well. Cheyenne, I'll lead the frontline commands to you for now. After briefing Cheyenne, I turn to Mei Ling. Mei Ling, how far are we from Squad Groza? Based on the radar's displayed position,
about 500 meters.
It's close enough. If we drop a cover from this position, the enemy should spot us very quickly.
Wait, Commander, do you mean?
She and the others have already finished securing our landing zone, ensuring our escape route. Now we just need to distract the enemy and give them a chance to break away. I plan to have the Elmo take on this role.
But in that case, the Elmo is also at risk of being attacked by the enemy. It's so hard. It was so hard before just to...
Don't worry. I'll gladly allocate the funds for repairing the vehicle later.
Since you put it that way...
Mei Ling tapped on the control panel a few times, deactivating the Elmo's electronic camouflage on the radar. And the moment the mobile base dropped in its concealment, the enemy's long-range silent heavy firepower eagerly greeted us. Get the missiles! Get them all! Get them everything! Fire everything!
Wah! The enemy's firepower is way fiercer than I imagined. Commander, can Elmo really hold up?
Anyway, turn those force fields and defense systems first. Boom. Bang. The sound of artillery shells exploding went off one after another around the Elmo. Thanks to the recently installed anti-air defense system, the Elmo only suffered shrapnel scratches amidst the indiscriminate bombardment. However, I wasn't sure if we could smoothly drive the base vehicle to the red zone after picking up several squads outside. Regardless, picking up the dispatched dolls and returning to Elmo is top priority right now.
Commander, hold on to the handrail.
The whistling sound of artillery shells grew closer. Along with a violent shake, a shell ripped a gap in the Elmo's force field shield. Immediately after, there was another sharp screech of metal grinding against the air.
Ah! The appearance of the Elmo's really effective.
Everyone should have a chance to retreat now. As if to confirm my words, the Elmo's comms rang out with response to several squads, one after another.
Commander, almost all their enemy forces were lured away by the Elmo, and we cut off the enemy's line of fire against Squad Groza. However, are you guys still holding up over there?
Don't worry. They can't cause any severe damage to the Elmos right now.
Monsu Squad has also changed tactics and is carrying out pinpoint strikes on the enemy's jamming units.
Yes, you all did great. Cheyenne, how are you doing? Is there a chance to pull back?
We just successfully grouped with Squad Groza and are currently moving towards the landing zone at maximum speed. We expect to be able to board the aircraft in 5 minutes. Commander, thank you.
As long as you find safely. Gahui, Springfield, take Monsu Squad and Sakura Squad and prepare to retreat. A few minutes later, I saw the 4 squads on the radar successfully board the drones and approach the Elmo's position from up in the air. Mei Ling, locate the nearest red zone's coordinates. Now we need to retreat.
Got it. I shared the coordinates to the terminal.
After the location of the coordinates popped up, the system automatically calculated the optimal route for reception and retreat. The nearest red zone is about 50 kilometers away. Given the Elmo speed, if all goes smoothly, we can shake off their pursuit in less than an hour.
Commander, everyone outside has disengaged from the battlefield.
Well done. Mei Ling, execute the evacuation along the route and we just mapped out.
Alright, everyone be careful. I'm going to deactivate the Elmo's defense mode.
After confirming everyone has finished transferring, Melanie looked at the operational limits of the force field's shield and the vector engine, and the Elmo began to run at full speed. Rumble, rumble. Without the protection of the defense mode, the attacks delivered by the Elmo immediately became more intense. The Elmo advanced at full speed, weaving through the raining artillery shells. Thanks to Mei Ling's superb piloting skills. Did she have superb piloting skills? That's a new one. She fucked up the drone. We were kept from being swallowed up by the incoming fire. But moving at full speed, the Elmo was unable to counterattack, and I soon felt the enemy's assaults becoming more unrestrained. Commander, the enemy's equipment seems even more excessive than the ones we encountered before. We can't dodge them. Brace for impact. Mei Ling only had time to dodge one of them, but another shell landed squarely on the side steel plating. Mei Ling and I were thrown to the side by the blast. An intense firepower. Mei Ling? I'm fine, but if this keeps up, our escape route will be cut off. As if to confirm Mei Ling's words, I heard the sound of several more shells skimming across the roof of the Elmo. A blank? The Inspector Trimmer did not come. Confronting the impact, it should have been a hit. Just as I was worrying whether the enemy had used a weapon worse than normal shells, a familiar reassuring voice came through the earpiece. Commander, did you make it in time? Only the sound of a helicopter blades from the communicator. I looked up and saw a small speck of on the chopper hovering in the sky, seeming to wave towards the Elmo. Since the Lviv incident, to fulfill the agreement with Stasek, Alva and Mastina had been away from the Elmo for a long time, rushing about various parts of the Uranus Sea to complete missions. To be honest, I hadn't expected them to be back so soon. Judging by the timing, it might have just happened to be a handled mission nearby. Perfect timing. This is good. Don't worry, Commander. Voimastina is conducting a fire strike on the enemy from the ground. Once we temporarily repel them, we will assist everyone in retreating to the Elmo. I have an army. We have an AK-15. I am now sending the rendezvous coordinates to the Elmo's receiver. We have reconnoitered in advance. That area is the safest terrain in the vicinity. I'm sorry, they always keep throwing out new fucking words and it pisses me off. Like someone keeps looking at a dictionary and just throw it in there. Reconnoitered? Yes, it's not convenient to say much over comms. Let's discuss in detail after we meet. Accompany us this time to Sextans agent, who will assist us in getting the Elmo out of this crisis. A Stasek agent? Understood. Thank you for your assistance. Mainly, after exiting the crossfire zone, deploy the landing pad so Alpha and the others can prepare to land. Roger.
接下来的目标是
The Ghost Frontline always throws so many F-bombs? Yeah. Ghost Frontline 1 is F-bomb city, dude. Especially with the commander. He also calls William a faggot, by the way. So...
Commander, long time no see. Task Force Defy is now returned. Voimastina is intercepting those bounty hunters on the perimeter.
She literally is just killing them by herself. Makes sense.
She will come over with everyone once it's over.
Wait, is she alone? Even with the support from the Elmo?
If it's just an interception operation, the Punisher mechs should be able to handle most situations. Moreover, when we returned this time, we applied for some special automated equipment through SATSEC, which can effectively make up for a lack of manpower. Coupled with M200 and the others... Right, I should call it Cheyenne for now. Or Cheyenne now. Her squad is also assisting Voimastina with the aftermath, so shaking off those bounty hunters is only a matter of time.
It's indeed a viable combat plan. Thanks for your hard work, everyone.
By the way, this is...
Hey! Look who it is. Someone remembered she's here. I had a theory that she would be involved with something third generation. The cat is here, Lunatia's favorite pet. By the way, it is funny that the cat is with Alva. Like, oh my god, they finally remember she's here. Alright, so the event is automatically good. Just gonna say that right now. The event is automatically good. I don't care what happens now. How many times have we asked about where the fuck is she? Like, did they just forget she's here? Okay. Alva stepped aside, revealing an unfamiliar doll behind her. It seems the StateSec agent she just reported would be operating with us is none other than this one. We only needed more than 30 events.
Are you the commander? Nice to meet you for the first time.
The strings all winked at me mysteriously. For some reason, I always felt like I had seen her somewhere before. Do you know me?
Probably. Kind of. Alva and Voimastina showed me your files. If that counts as knowing you. But isn't it a bit unfair that I'm the only one who knows the commander's name? Would it be better to formally introduce myself to you?
Yeah, we bet when we lost our 50-50s to her. The unfamiliar doll extended her hand towards me with an elusive smile.
I am Parita, a doll belonging to the Special Operations Group under the Neo-Soviet Union StateSec.
StateSec?
Parita.
Oh, Paritia. Sorry, Paritia.
Isn't that name?
I realized that Paritia might be the StateSec doll who seemed connected to Groza earlier. But now's not time for that. Moreover, I'm still unclear about her specific identity. I better hear what Alva and the others have to say first.
This mission. Well, let me see. You're temporarily serving as Alpha and Voimasina's partner, right? That's right. Ritia has been serving StateSec for a long time. She has participated in many extremely high-risk covert operations and is experienced in a highly reliable companion.
For even Alva to praise Parita for being highly reliable, that's pretty big deal.
I carefully scrutinize Peritia. Since she is a doll executing covert missions for a state sec, I should be able to confirm that I haven't seen her before. But where does this sense of familiarity come from? Oh my, it seems the Elmo has gained another reliable companion. Peritia's gaze moved towards a holographic image behind me. Dandelion assessed Peritia with a somewhat meaningful expression. Oh. I wonder where this is going. Are they already throwing in the connection here already with everyone's theories? Well, my main theory, but it's a lot of people's theories too. So let's see. To meet at such a critical moment is truly an honor. It seems this must be Miss Dandelion. Am I right to say so? Have you even dug up my name already? State dolls truly have far-reaching capabilities. After all, as a state doll, excelling at intelligence gathering is a required subject. As a senior consultant hired by the UNC government, and even the creator of UNC's system super AIs, Helly and Efi, you should also be somewhat aware of this, right? So the information about me can also be gathered through Sextans intelligence network. Looks like I really need to be more careful with my words and actions from now on. Please don't worry. Information about you hasn't been disclosed in a large scale. I also happen to acquire stories about your deeds by chance through special channels. It's very surprising, but that's indeed how it is. Special channels, huh? I'm really quite curious to know just how special these channels are. Are you joking with me? I'm sorry, I'm not very good at that kind of thing. But since it's you, you must have already foreseen that we would meet here, right? I did sense a familiar presence approaching, but I didn't expect to meet in this manner. Just a few fragments alone exude such a powerful attraction. Why does it feel like flirting with each other? So this is how fates intertwine? Listening to the back and forth conversation between Peritia and Dandelion, I was truly at a loss. What kind of riddle are you two playing at? Unexpectedly, the two of them turned to look at me simultaneously, as if they had discussed it beforehand. Nothing. Oh, they are the fucking same. They actually are the fucking same. They are the same! So that's how they're going to fix the problem. Because, yeah, when I was originally thinking about this, I was originally thinking that... Hold on, someone's at my door for some reason. A second. I'll be back.
Alright, that was my dad. He was giving me a gift for my job. But yeah, as I was saying, this Lunatia had Hero's Door. No, it wasn't. Yeah, I was wondering, like, because rewrites, right? So, Parithia is a original character, and she was part of the original, I guess say original story that they planned on doing. And so her Dusty Journal and her Dusty Memories, those are all part of the original team. She always had this connection with Lunatia. Let's just assume that's it's gonna be a connection with Lunatia. It's a very good assumption at this point. And she was in prologue, yes. Then the rewrites happened, and they basically made Dandelion a mainstay character. And she has the same role as Parithia. So I was wondering, how are they going to combat that? And it seems the answer is that they aren't. They're just going to make it... it's just going to stay the same. So instead of just having one agent, there's two agents on the Elmo now. Yeah, let's continue. There's two of them and only one commander. So, Alva. I like how he just moves on. States that gave you a new mission this time? Exactly. We haven't had the time to disclose the objective of our current operation to you yet. It's okay if you don't have. It's okay if you don't tell me. I trust you all. To us, Commander, you're already an inseparable member. Of course, we should let you know. Based on follow-up observations from the last Lviv incident, we've been searching for clues related to what happened back then. Although Gerardo and Chilovic's plan to activate the ruins was stopped, our logistics personnel detected a sort of anomalous electromagnetic fluctuation during the event, indicating that something definitely happened at the time. When it comes to the memory of Lviv, mine is still the only one that differs from everyone else's. Alva didn't notice my silence and continued. So, in recent months, while away from the Elmo, we've been searching the Yellow Zone based on this data, and we've caught similar signals several times, using them to locate Paradis's base. Are the Paradis bases constantly emitting signal fluctuations similar to those for initiating ruins experiments? Yes. Based on these clues, we have already destroyed several small Paradis strongholds located deep in the Yellow Zone. Oh, so they've been destroying Paradis strongholds. Small ones, but they have been attacking them, as they say. Good sign. A little weird, but also good sign. Without exception, all these strongholds were conducting operations to generate Boojums. Combined with the data left behind by the Sextans comrades who sacrificed themselves earlier, we can confirm that Paradis is systematically cultivating Boojums in batches and preparing to gather them to achieve certain goals. It seems they aren't manufacturing Boojums just to expand their combat power. Any other findings? Unfortunately, all we could get were some video recordings. None of the investigators survived. These events have currently caused quite a stir within the UNC,
and there might be a large-scale operation soon. Miss Neela and Mr. Kevin advised us to investigate from other angles first. Right, you mentioned earlier that they helped modify Void Monster's mech. When Alva mentioned these two familiar names, I also spaced out for a moment. It's been 10 years. I wonder what they look like now. Yes, after the Lviv incident, our contact has also become more frequent. They all believe that such fluctuations are an unusual omen, but given the current urgency, this matter cannot be made public as Paradis's crimes, nor will investigations be launched under that name. So you tracked these clues all the way here? A dozen hours ago, we detected anomalous electromagnetic fluctuations located in a nearby red zone. After testing, we found it to be very similar to the previous types of fluctuations, and it's the strongest one since the Lviv incident. So we applied for State Emergency Response Authority from StateSec. Since this mission requires entering the red zone to investigate and requires cautious action, the higher-ups assigned Britia to assist us, hoping to head to the source of the fluctuations for investigation as quickly as possible. While we were rushing towards the source of the fluctuations, we ran into this attack on you. Speaking of which, we also detected a similar situation just now. Did you notice it in your end as well? I gave Alva a brief rundown on what happened. Intercepted anomalous coordinates from the Neurocloud with 3rd generation doll. So, Commander, you're investigating that 3rd generation doll you kept on the vehicle, right? I just want to find clues about Paradis. You went through Lviv incident with me, so you should understand the connection between 3rd generation dolls and the Paradis. Indeed, but... Alva pondered for a moment. When she spoke again, her tone seemed hesitant. Commander, you should know that even though Void Bastina and I have left StateSec, due to numerous unfulfilled commission clauses, we are still cooperating with them, and thus are able to access some internal information. Even though incomplete intelligence might cause you trouble, I feel it's necessary to disclose something to you. Opinions within StateSec regarding you are currently divided. That's so. What do those other people say? Only in times of turmoil can those people be called heroes. In times of peace, they will only be defined as destabilizing factors. When I asked that gentleman, that was his answer to me. Although Void Bastina, Lorelei, and I have all successfully provided proof of your innocence, it is the fact that your influence is growing larger. In the short time since Lviv, you not only assisted in overthrowing the factory in Set Fabin in the Yellow Zone, but also signed a cooperation treaty with the emerging enterprise Chaincom. This information cannot be concealed, and you are destined to attract the attention of more and more people. If that were all, StateSec would be happy to see you wield great influence in the Yellow Zone, but when your influence is linked to things related to ruins... Oh, I get it now. Ruins is mistranslated. It's relics. Yeah, it's... This is supposed to say relics, not ruins. Okay. But when your influence is linked to things related to relics, internal dissenting voices will increase. Aside from Helena, the fact that there are 3rd generation dolls from the Elmo is very difficult issue to clarify for both you and your supporters. Although they can turn a blind eye internally, this matter is a critical vulnerability. If necessary, our opponents could use it as a pretext to exert even greater pressure.
So you're suggesting I let the conglomerate reclaim them and continue supporting Paradise?
Commander, you should know we would never make such a suggestion. Task Force Defy, Kalina, and the former Griffin dolls who fought alongside you all naturally trust you, but within the URNC there clearly aren't enough people like that. Therefore, that gentleman wishes to further understand your current thoughts.
As a one colonel by the URNC, I thought what I thought didn't matter anymore.
No, of course it matters. Whether it's to that gentleman or actually to me or Task Force Defy, it's very important. Commander, the reason Angela left us wasn't because she did anything wrong. In this world, people like you can be counted on one hand. We cannot afford to keep losing them.
Yeah, okay. You gonna throw Ange at me? Alright. Okay, I see how serious is this. Okay. Alva, I understand your concerns, but the third generation dolls are the biggest clue I have in my hands. I know this is risky in every sense, but if I become timid and hesitant because of some obstacles, incidents like Lviv will happen more than just once again. Whether it's destroying Imperative's labs, investigating third generation dolls, or the things that happened in Makosh, I've found that as long as I do something, I have a chance to change the situation for the people I care about, even if it's just a little bit. So I want to keep going, whether in the name of a hero or as a criminal. I've wanted to do these things for a long time. Thanks to URC's wanted poster, my concerns have been completely eliminated. Since it's already come to the worst, why not just go all out? As for you mentioning Ange just now, rather, the things she did in the past are also one of the reasons that prompted me to make this decision. Ange did indeed fall in the darkness, but before she left, the sight of the dawn was reflected in her eyes. Maybe I just stubbornly want to realize the view that she or many people like her saw, and so far I feel like I can do more than I could 10 years ago. It's so strange. The power I can call upon now is not even a tenth of what it used to be.
Commander, to be honest, your words make me feel happy, but also a bit worried. But no matter what, I am once again convinced that Task Force Defy's choice to follow you was an incredibly correct decision.
Thank you. After saying this, Alva tapped her earpiece, and the indicator light on the communicator module went off. She leaned in close and spoke in my ear at a whisper's volume.
Commander, what I'm about to say next is just my personal advice. If you wish to conduct any investigation or make contact with the third generation dolls and their developers, please be sure to have Voimastina and me participate as your guards.
Why?
StateSec hasn't reached a final conclusion, but the known intelligence is enough to deduce an obvious result. The opposing party is a dangerous element unlike any enemy we have faced so far, to an inimaginable degree.
Then Alva reopened the comms module, picked up a tablet, and projected a set of coordinates onto the terminal in front of me.
Since the clues in our hands all point to that dangerous area, it seems something did indeed happen there. Readthrough, can you bring up the specific area of the fluctuations on the map for me? Uh-huh. Okay. I thought you were going to whisper sweet nothings to the commander for a long time, Alva. It's working hours right now? These are just routine work-related communications? Yes, I understand.
Smiling, Readthrough projected the map displaying the coordinates data into the air. Right here. Within the red zone, 34 kilometers west of the center of Prague.
Then the objective is already very clear. Commander, next? Alba was about to say something when she was interrupted by a noisy clamor. Immediately after, the door to the Elmo's cabin opened, and and Krolik walked in while arguing about something with the dolls beside her. However, the moment she looked up, she stood frozen in place, as if she had just seen a ghost. How are you here? I looked at Krolik and realized that the you she was talking about was Parithia, who had come aboard the Elmo for the first time today. I had originally wanted to wait until things were handled to sit everyone down for a proper chat, but looking at Krolik, I'm afraid now isn't the time for a calm conversation. Krolik, is this the Parithia you've been looking for? Of course. What for her, Forget it. As long as you're okay, I actually had a lot to want to tell you. The Elmo's a very nice place. You'll be staying here from now on. Hey, Parithia? As if sensing the confusion in Parithia's eyes, Krolik tentatively called her name. Have you met me before? It seems that it is the case. In a prolonged silence, the expression of Krolik's face turned from doubt to displeasure, and finally she rushed forward with a look of unbelievable indignation. There's a limit choking around, you know! At the time, I thought you were taken to be scrapped by those bastards from the doll arena. Do you know how worried I was about you? I had planned to properly thank you when I saw you again. What's the attitude? We are... Hey! A wretched like that really makes people lose face. Krolik grabbed Parithia by the collar, their eyes locking as if she wanted to dig out any memories Parithia's Neurocloud had of her. The standoff lasted for a while, until a tall figure appeared, placed a hand on both Parithia and Krolik's shoulders, and effortlessly separated the two of them. Please not obstruct Seisai's personnel on official duty. Huh? Apologies, Miss Krolik. I hadn't had the time to explain earlier. Parithia's Neurocloud was damaged in a previous mission, and she can't remember many things. So, she's not pretending to not know you on purpose. Mission? Neurocloud damage? So, what you're saying is, she's with you guys? Yes. The dog laboratory arena mission you mentioned earlier was likely one of the incidents that caused her Neurocloud damage. So, after Sextans recovered Parithia, they only arranged for her to do some assistance-type field missions. Parithia didn't seem to experience any emotional fluctuations from Krolik's earlier outbursts. She merely smiled at her politely. A Sextans doll? Was the reason you did that in the arena was because of a mission? But if you had a mission, shouldn't you have prioritized yourself more? Right, since your Neurocloud damage, I wouldn't even be able to ask her about it. Damn it. Why? A girl Nemesis too? None to give me peace of mind. Krolik didn't say anything else, as if she had suffered a severe setback. Unconsciously, she sat silently in a corner of the room. Messina stepped forward and handed me a document. Commander, as for your request, I have brought back the doll named Nemesis. She seems to have returned to normal and is currently undergoing Neurocloud testing in the maintenance pod. So what is that that's going on? Why did Nemesis suddenly encounter problems? Groza, can you describe the situation at that time in detail? Man, AK-50. The situation was a bit chaotic then. In the beginning, when we were fighting the enemy, Nemesis consecutively ignored several commands and didn't respond to my calls. I thought Nemesis was pinned down by enemy fire, so I sent Krolik over to help her out, but when we got close, we realized her condition was unusual, appearing to be a sign of Neurocloud interference.
Neurocloud interference again, just like Sextans earlier. I recall that a while back when we unexpectedly infiltrated a white faction's religious ceremony. Nemesis reacted to the Paradise ritual. Could the successive issues with Nemesis and Sextans both be because of these fluctuations caused by Paradise? I want to go check on Nemesis' condition.
Commander.
Nothing will go wrong. If you're really worried, just stay by my side, okay?
I understand.
Grissa followed behind me, passed through the corridor, and entered the maintenance room. Nemesis seemed to have regained her senses and was undergoing testing under Mainling's guidance. Mainling, how is it?
It looks like there are no abnormalities. Miss Helen is also assisting me, but we don't seem to have found the cause of the anomaly.
Nemesis, what do you think?
Right.
We're going to call Krolik over. But looking at Krolik's current state, better let her be for now. I haven't watched Krolik translate for so long. I should be able to understand at least a little bit. I decided to bite the bullet and talk to Nemesis. Nemesis, did you sense something while we were fighting the enemy just now?
The flowers swaying in the breeze, gathering and dispersing, are all haze.
No, wait, I can't send a word. That was a very Nikkei Commander moment.
She is saying that she felt some sort of summons from this decisive fate.
Oh no. She knows Paradise speak. Huh? Rithia? You can understand Nemesis?
Mm-hmm. I do have this kind of baffling ability. But occasionally it can be very useful, right?
It's a very crucial ability. Stacy sent you to assist Task Force Defy was indeed the right choice.
You flatter me too much, but displaying unexpected abilities at a crucial moment like this is a trait I take pride in. Anyway, while Miss Curly's mood has yet to recover, let me temporarily act as a translator between you and this young lady. Is that okay?
You know what? That would actually make Cruella pissed off, actually. Because she feels useful being Nemesis translator. After a difficult inquiry, I finally learned some details about Nemesis' situation from previous translation. Nemesis indicated that the reason she couldn't control her frame earlier was due to some kind of interference. She vaguely felt this interference the moment Sextans lost control, but just now the interference suddenly intensified, directly leading to her losing control of her frame. As for what this interference actually means, Nemesis didn't make it clear. From her description, she only has a vague understanding of it herself, and can only call it fate, or some behavioral logic nowhere to be found in her Neurocloud.
The clues connected by these various phenomena are enough to show that something concerning is hidden deep within the red zone. It seems a trip to the red zone to investigate is absolutely necessary. I gathered everyone in the command room. Everyone, I'm preparing to head out to the red zone to carry out a mission. Although it's just Reconnaissance mission, the current situation is quite complicated. We might encounter some situations we never faced before. Next, I will draw up the roster for this mission. Of course, besides capabilities, I will also assign tasks based on everyone's willingness. However, it's been a long time since we first entered the red zone for a mission. We need to make some preparations regarding protective gear and communicators. Mei Ling, take inventory of the remaining equipment in the warehouse, and also, no need to go through all the trouble. Our helicopter carries sufficient protective equipment and communication facilities. Commander, would you be willing to let us join in your task force? Of course, that would be wonderful. Then we will inventory the equipment. Later, please let me know the number of people and equipment specs for this operation, Commander. Alright, then let's make returning to the Elmo before sunset our goal. Let's get started. And yeah, this is heavily plot filled. This is pushing the story forward in a massive way. In the preparation room, Alva and Voimastina were checking the equipment list for this mission, while I took the opportunity to arrange the personnel. I first selected Squad 404, who has extensive combat experience in the red zone, to tag along. However, due to the limited number of special equipment, I could bring at most one more squad, which puts me in a bit of a dilemma. Both Squad Monsoon and Squad Sukuro had previously assisted me in carrying out missions in Paradise Nest, and their performance was very reassuring. Additionally, although the new dolls who joined the Elmo are still in adjustment period, they each have their own unique traits. But considering what just happened to Sextans, we still need to assign a strong, well-coordinated team to specifically keep an eye on her. Not to mention we just exposed our position to those mercenaries, so the forces left on the Elmo absolutely cannot be too depleted. In Squad Groza, if I transfer Squad Groza away, I'll need to make alternative arrangements for someone to look after Helena and Melanie. Commander, I want to go too. Ever since I mentioned going on the mission to the red zone, Melanie has been constantly popping her head in and out of the various places in the preparation room. At this very moment, Melanie is on her tiptoes, checking the roster of combat personnel for this mission. You're going? Where are you going? I'm going to investigate the red zone with you and everyone else. There must be a lot of Paradise traps there right now. I can protect you. Then, how do you plan to protect me, Melanie? Do you also have a case like Helena's? Melanie shook her head. Or do you have a way to jam the radar so the enemy can't detect us? Melanie shook her head. In that case, I'll definitely figure out a way. Oh, right. For example, I could disguise myself as a Helena over there, like last time, and sneak inside the Paradise base. That way, there's a way to directly get inside, get a lot of internal data. If it goes smoothly, you won't need to deploy much firepower, Commander. And we can destroy their base in one fell swoop. But last time we were quickly discovered by Anito. This time they won't be completely unprepared. Besides, how do you know for sure that Helena is in that base over there? I just asked casually, but noticed Melanie's eyes suddenly darting away evasively. Could Melanie be hiding something else from me? Right. Her sudden request to tag along with us this time is also quite concerning. Could it be... Melanie, regarding what just happened, is there something else you haven't told me? Blank! How did you... Realizing her slip of the tongue, Melanie quickly covered her mouth tightly. Just as I thought. Melanie, did you say something regarding Helena again? Melanie turned her back to me. I promised that child I wouldn't tell anyone about this. Since she said that, Melanie did indeed sense the presence of another Helena again. And it seems she is currently in the Paradise base deep within the red zone. Referring back to when Helena sensed Melanie earlier. If we want to thoroughly investigate this matter, it would indeed be much easier with Melanie around. Do I really have to bring Melanie along to the red zone because of this? But that's simply too dangerous, and it would add a lot of uncertainty to our investigation. And whether or not to make this new discovery an incidental target of the operation is also a matter of deliberating. It seems Melanie still has some things she hasn't revealed to me. Better ask clearly first. Melanie, how about we discuss this? Tell me everything you know. If this is really important, I can take you with me to save that Helena. Really? Yes. I keep my word. Melanie hesitated for a moment, then turned around. Actually, ever since you returned from Lviv, Commander, I've intermittently sensed that child's voice. Just like how you sensed our Helena before? That voice has always been very weak. I can only hear her at certain specific moments. Specific moments? Yes. Every time I sense her, she seems to be in great pain, as if something is draining her life. The anomalous fluctuations, the relationship between third generation dolls and Boojums, and another Helena. Although there is no concrete evidence yet, my intuition tells me that the things Melanie mentioned seems to be related to the incident Alva and the others investigated earlier. Melanie, can you tell me what information you two exchanged? Although we didn't say much, but she seems to know a lot about things outside. Especially about you, Commander. About me? She said she was able to establish a connection with me, perhaps because of someone beside me who was pulling the strings of fate. And she also mentioned the incident in Lviv. What did she say? She asked me, after Nirvana activated, what happened to the people of Lviv? What? This was the first time anyone had brought up the activation of Nirvana since the Lviv incident. I originally thought that those things that happened before might have been my hallucinations, but now I was suddenly told that someone else had witnessed it, and it was another Helena. It seems as Helena's identity is not simple. Regardless, I must find a way to locate her. The things to investigate on this mission have increased again. Commander? Melanie slowly raised her chin and looked at me with pleading eyes. I told you everything in full detail. Please, can you take me with you? What Melanie said makes a lot of logical sense. It doesn't sound like something she fabricated just to achieve a goal. Moreover, there's no way she could simply imagine the details about Nirvana out of thin air anyway. If her statement is close to the truth, investigating the other Helena becomes extremely important. At the very least, it should be changed to one of the main objectives of our operation this time. And Melanie's presence can indeed significantly improve the success rate of this investigation. Otherwise, if we plunge headfirst into a red zone where radar is disabled, it would probably take us a long time to figure out the situation there. As for safety considerations, it is indeed an issue that needs attention. Although Melanie, an immune individual, doesn't need to worry about radiation-related dangers, if we encounter a battle, we must ensure we can spare personnel to protect her, or at least get her out of danger in time. However, as a probing investigation, avoiding frontal combat was already within our plans. In that case, I'll need to deploy an additional squad to guarantee Melanie's safety. Also, among the special equipment Alpha and the others brought, there are many things that can come in handy. It looks like they can alleviate some of the pressure regarding our manpower. Alright, I think I understand what you mean. I thought about it and called Groza over privately. Groza, in addition to Squad of 404, you and Squad Groza will also be joining this mission. Aside from handling backup combat, the most important task is to protect Melanie. Huh? You're taking Melanie along? Yes. Melanie discovered some new clues that might be helpful for our search. Thank you, Commander. But let's agree in advance. You must obediently stay by Groza and the other side, and absolutely not run around randomly. Hey, I'll be a good girl and listen. Oh, she's so cute. In that case, we will give our all to the mission of protecting Melanie. And regarding Nemesis, do we need to make separate arrangements? No. Just keep her in the same as usual. Whether it's Nemesis, you, or the other members of Squad Groza, you are the companions who have all accompanied me the longest on the Elmo. I can't lose my trust in you all just because of some accidents. Commander. Besides, there are still many mysteries surrounding Nemesis. I have a feeling that maybe this operation can help unravel them for her. Alright. Leave the rest to me to arrange. This time, I will definitely not betray your trust. Having finalized the list of accompanying personnel, Voimastina went to the helicopter and brought over the equipment needed for the operation. While counting the equipment, I noticed that in addition to basic protective gear, there is also a lot of special equipment that would be difficult to buy even on the black market. Commander, we may face extremely intense class radiation after entering the red zone. Please make sure to wear the hazard suit and equip the radiation isolation device. Alpha picked out a hazard suit from the pile of equipment and handed it to me to try on. The surface of the suit shone with a special luster, seemingly sprayed with some kind of protective coating. I put on the hazard suit, moved around a little, and felt somewhat suffocated. It's too tight. I can hardly catch my breath. Alpha saw my distress and hurriedly explained. Sorry, Commander. Because it's a temporary mission, there is no time to custom make one for you. So I can only ask you to make do with Kevin's equipment for now. It's fine. It's okay. Alpha walked over and helped me loosen the straps around the torso and joints a bit. Her gaze flickered slightly as she met my eyes, and gave a somewhat awkward laugh. Does it feel a bit better, Commander? Much better. Ava carefully checked the airtightness of the hazard suit, then handed me a brand new set of communication equipment. Also, these are strong magnetic communicators. I will distribute them to the operatives participating in this mission shortly. The radiation in the red zone interferes with communication signals. This equipment will ensure our internal communications remain clear within the red zone. There are also weapon cases loaded with heavy weapons and corresponding ammunition. I will distribute them to each squad before we set out, but these weapons are very dangerous, so they need to be used with caution. Besides, Ava paused, pretending to speak casually. Actually, our smooth arrival here is all thanks to Miss Kalina helping us with the arrangements. That's so. So she's assisting you guys as well. It seems she finally has something she wants us to do. Although her current situation is very difficult, she still managed to get in touch with us and has helped us a lot with her capabilities. For some reason, it still didn't put her in jail. Oh man, Javier is doing some heavy lifting. Holy shit. So I think you don't need to worry too much. A smart person like Miss Kalina definitely has a way to take good care of herself. Yeah. By the way, Miss Kalina also mentioned one thing to me. I think you might be concerned about it. What's wrong? She said you encountered a doll who looked very much like Groza. A doll like Groza? Probably a similar frame model. It's possible. However, the reason Miss Kalina specifically mentioned this is because the doll possesses a missed combat power, making her highly likely to be a third generation doll. A third generation doll like Groza? Understood. I'll be careful. Man, I'm not gonna lie, I was expecting a better reaction than just, huh. That's basically what it was. Commander, the accompanying personnel for this squad have finished their preparations, and the equipment has been distributed to the squad leaders. We should get going. Yeah, Jack, that's actually not a spoiler at this point, because that was all handled in Frankfurt. In CK. Yeah, K is dead, and if you don't know who J is Kevin. So, he's accounted for. Mona's fine. The sky darkened, and the Elmo gradually approached the red zone. We drove in the red zone for about 2 hours before the radar completely failed. To prevent the intense radiation from damaging the Elmo's electronic equipment, I decided to take the team participating in this operation deeper into the red zone on foot, and have Main Ling return to the edge of the red zone first to await our contact. As far as the eye could see, there were only sparse tree trunks and lifeless withered grass. It was as if these plants had their vitality stripped away by something, dying hastily in this deadly radiation field, leaving everything frozen in that final moment. We were enveloped in a deathly silence. Three hours later, we finally crossed the blurry border zone and arrived in the iconic landscape of the Red Zone, which symbolized eeriness and danger, and was also the culprit responsible for draining all life force. Hey! Oh no, it's a field of flowers! No! That scene composed of countless colapsipiphyllums, known to people as the hellish sea of flowers. I don't know since when, but our electronic signals had completely vanished from the radar. Other than internal squad communications, their surroundings were as quiet as if we had fallen to a black hole, and there was nothing beyond our own physical senses to prove our existence. Under our feet, the translucent petals, tainted with radioactive dust, emitted a faint light like cooling embers. Even wearing a hazard suit, I can feel an ionizing metallic smell spreading around me. Commander, be careful. Try to avoid these flowers as we move forward. Andres has checked. The radiation concentration near the flowers is more than 10 times higher than surrounding area. These epiphyllums are in their absorption phase. We should hurry and pass through. What Andres mentioned is one of the characteristics of the collapsed radiation, or collapsed epiphyllum. They can interact with collapsed radiation in the environment. Under certain specific conditions, they can absorb radiation, and when the other conditions are met, they can release the radiation again. The Eden project I intervened in while in Lviv aimed to utilize his exact principle to achieve energy supply, and currently, that technology has become a secret known only to me. During the collapsed epiphyllum's absorption phase, the ambient collapsed radiation will temporarily decrease. Many inexperienced people will let their guard down because of the seemingly safe radiation values on their meters, but this is just a trap disguised in calmness. Once the release phase arrives, the ambient radiation concentration will rise sharply, and most protective equipment will fail one by one. All creatures unable to escape in time will be rapidly consumed by the collapsed radiation during this period, plunging into an abyss of eternal doom. So I just want to say, this is all correct. Just want to throw that out there, because you know sometimes they can fuck things up, or they can retcon things. But this is exactly how it worked in Ghost Frontline 1, and there's no changes. Currently being in the epiphyllum's absorption phase means the radiation concentration in the current environment is relatively low, but even so, without protection, an ordinary person couldn't survive here for long. But even though the environment here is harsh, it is also surprisingly too quiet. Along the way here, not only did we encounter no obstacles, we didn't even see any small wandering elids. Commander, we are about to arrive at the coordinates. Good. Everyone enter level 1 alert. The dolls raised their guns one by one, keeping a low profile with me and slowing down their advance. That looks very Paradise-like. Passing through a dense fog barrier made of radiation particles, a scene appeared before me that I had never imagined seeing deep within the Red Zone. An intact, tall, magnificent and ancient palace. The mist, the flag in the sky. Nemesis, you been here before? The magnificent scenery of the past, converging into an echo in the clouds. It seems this place triggered some of Miss Nemesis' memories. I carefully examined the exterior of this ancient castle, but I couldn't find any details out of place. And that's what it says, out of place. Although it certainly didn't look like it belonged here. This was clearly an ancient building that didn't belong in the current era. The spire of the tower had long been damaged, leaving only jagged gaps pointing towards the sky. The narrow arched windows were like hollow eye sockets, a few of which still retained fragments of stained glass, casting a gloomy light in the twilight. The heavy main door was half open, the iron hinges on the door half rusted, leaving dark red rust stains flowing down the door panels. The family crest carved above the city gate was blurred, and only the rough outline of a shield could be made out. For a moment, I couldn't quite tell if the scene before me was a hallucination brought on the bottom by radiation. Commander, this is the place! I can sense it, that child's presence. It's getting closer and closer. Melanie raised her hand high, pointing in the direction of the ancient castle. Right. The coordinates shown on the office offline map points here as well. Alright. Let's get a bit closer. The dolls raised their guns to scout the way ahead, and we cautiously approached the massive building in front of us. Through the broken stained glass windows, I could vaguely see the exquisite and vintage furnishings inside, as if time in this ancient castle had frozen centuries ago. Could this castle also be a parody space? No. Something feels off. Commander, the radiation interference here is too strong. We still can't detect any signals. The equipment here hasn't detected any signs of heat source activity, but there's also a possibility of it hiding on the lower level. No noise or signals were collected. Same conclusion. Currently, only surface level information can be gathered. Melanie, do you feel anything? Other than that child's SOS signal, I haven't sensed any other presence. There don't seem to be any clear signs of danger inside, and that Helena seems to really be here. Fukai, take Squad 404 and stay on the perimeter to monitor the surroundings and secure a retreat route. Report immediately if anything suspicious happens. Rosa, Alva, let's try going inside first. If we're going in, at least let me. It's fine, don't worry. This just looks like an abandoned castle. As soon as we notice any abnormal movements, we'll immediately find a way out. Besides, Melanie said that child's right here. We at least had to go in and investigate. Alright. I will keep a close watch from the outside. Be sure to proceed with caution. Right. Alva, Grossa, let's go. Because like, why am I being stuck outside? Ah! Kukai, it's because AK-15's here. Sorry. You're second rate now. After approaching the rustic gates, Grosso walked at the front and was the first to cross the threshold of the castle. There was no reaction, no deafening alarm sounded in the surroundings as I had expected, as if our arrival had not disturbed the deathly silence deep within the red zone at all. Afterward, we pushed open the main gate and entered the interior of the castle. The interior is not dilapidated as I had imagined. Damp stone steps, flanked by brick walls, led all the way to the hall. The slightly warm light of dusk filtered through the colorful stained glass windows, casting variously colored shafts of light into the air. Several velvet chairs were scattered around the table and the hall. 2 leathered armchairs seemed to have sagged out of shape from prolonged use, their leather worn to a shine, indicating that someone had lived here for a long time. The castle seemed to have been used for a long time, even after the war. Could it be that this place wasn't a red zone not long ago? It would be great if we could find related information. Melanie, are you sure this is the place? I'm sure. Although I can't feel the exact location, but... I looked around. Searching this castle will probably take a long time. Let's try to resolve this as quickly as possible and not linger here too long. Alva, you search upstairs. Let's split up, gang! You search upstairs along the stairs. Rosa, let's head through this corridor together and search through the rooms in the back. Yes. After separating from Alva and the others, Rosa's squad and I proceeded down the corridor into the rear of the castle. This area seemed to consist of several private bedrooms. After confirming there were no sounds inside, I pulled the brass handle of the room closest to me. This room had a similar decorative style to the reception room, but the moment I pushed the door open, I could smell dust and a faint musty odor blowing in my face, completely different from the aroma of candles in the hall. The room wasn't spacious, and the furnishings appeared austere. A bed took up half the room, and several scrolls of documents were piled on the table, their tabs already showing signs of yellowing. Scooby-Doo ass investigation. Compared to the outside, this place felt more like a forgotten corner. Search here and see if there are any left behind documents. With Krolik and Nemesis guarding the door, the rest of us began rummaging through the corners of the room. The entire room was filled with a primitive and rustic atmosphere. We didn't find many electronic devices. Heavy books were neatly arranged on the bookshelves against the wall, mostly ancient texts and novels from the old era. I rummaged through them aimlessly when suddenly something fell out of a book. I picked up the piece of paper that had fluttered to the ground and found that it seemed to be a book excerpt note. Got a PTSD there. The elegant handwriting on the paper was already somewhat blurred, but I could still tell it was probably written by a woman. I examined it carefully, but didn't glean any vital information. The signature on the note read, Elif Inn, which seemed to be the name of the book's owner. 16? Okay, that one doesn't count. I took the notes and was about to continue searching when Colfine's voice came from the other side of the room. Commander, I found something good under the bed. I leaned over and found Colfine holding a battered terminal in her hand. Can it still be turned on? Let me try. Colfine tried pressing the power button on the terminal, but the screen only lit up faintly before turning off in an instant. Battery. But I can try to connect to my own port for a bit. Wait, don't do that yet. Put it away. We'll hand it over to Dandelion to handle when we get back. Colfine nodded and put the terminal into the backpack she carried with her. Commander, It seems there are no more clues in this room.
She found the hero's hentai stash. I don't have a live hentai stash, okay? Yeah, let's go. I took Melanie and returned to the corridor with Squad Groza. Just as we were preparing to enter the next room, oh, danger music, to search, Alva's voice rang through the comms.
Commander, we've encountered an attack on the 3rd floor. The enemies are... Nemesis? Paul. Rebirth. Hearts. Distant journey. Sisters. Commander, look at those dolls.
What? Hey. What's that meme? Fellas. I don't know when, but several dolls appeared at the end of the corridor. They were enveloped in smoke and dust. Through the faint light, I finally saw the appearance of the dolls clearly. Nice eyes. The same black skin, the same tied up grayish white hair, the same purplish red pupils, and the same calm and sharp eyes unique to a gunslinger. It's Nemesis. Bleached Nemesis. Inverted Nemesis.
Are these people also Nemesis? But if they are or not, you're our enemies now. Eliminate all dolls. Order received. I can't actually understand what they're saying.
Now's not the time to care about such things. Nemesis, how you holding up? Can you still fight?
Candlelight. Lingering. She said yes.
Alright. Anyway, everyone, let's figure out a way to get out of here first. Hey, yo, they actually lived. That's surprising. Reverse Nemesis. Right, boss is level 1.
Commander, this way.
After temporarily repelling those dolls that looked almost exactly like Nemesis, the main door we used to enter had long been closed, so we had no choice but to head deeper up the stairs, trying to find another exit. The remaining enemy dolls continued their relentless pursuit. Task Force Defy rushed over to regroup with us, so Squad Groza could cover Melanie
and me as we retreated to a safe position in the rear. Tackles from HSR? Just a string, right? Kofi and Krolik turned a corner, confirmed the area ahead was safe, and pushed open a narrow oak door beside them. Oh no, it's a dead end. Endless stairs, spinning, arriving at the primal shadow. Are you saying there's an exit to the outside here? Oh yeah, I just realized they actually confirmed that Kolfine actually is wearing the new uniform. But they haven't updated her, not her light 2D model, but just her portrait. Krolik looked at Nemesis suspiciously, while the latter nodded affirmatively at her. Next, Krolik felt along the wall opposite a certain room and gently tapped a few of the bricks at a rhythmic pattern. I knew it. Commander, there's a hidden door here. Should we go in? I looked at Nemesis. Her gaze was very resolute. Let's go and take a look. Rosa and Krolik cautiously and quickly swung open the hidden door built into the brick wall. Oh, that looks very familiar. It was pitch black inside after the dolls turned on their headlamps. I could finally see the structure of the room by the dim light. I suddenly felt this structure was somewhat familiar, but I couldn't remember where I'd seen it. The style of the room we were in was completely different from the ones we had seen before, or rather this place couldn't even be called a room. It was more like a cold laboratory. A massive culture tank stood in the center of the room, with countless neatly arranged pipes stretching along the ceiling and floor into the darkness where I couldn't see. 1 second. I need a drink. Alright. Commander, this is the place! The presence of the child is here! Melanie let go of my hand and ran to the edge of the tank to observe closely. I followed Melanie over, only to find that the tank completely empty, leaving behind only traces of dried culture fluid. Culture fluid? What's culture fluid? Were we too late? Laboratory? I hate this. No. No. Don't worry, Melanie. We're all by your side. No one will hurt you. To make Melanie feel at ease, I picked her up and tried my best to gather as much information as possible in the darkness. After carefully looking at the surroundings, furnishings, I could confirm that this place was very similar to where we rescued Melanie. The same experimental instruments, the same facility structure, even the same plant system, culture vessels. On the culture vessel tank, a metal nameplate reflected a faint light. According to Gemini, culture fluid refers to the liquid medium used in laboratories to grow and nurture microorganisms. Okay. That makes sense then. Especially since they're pretty much growing Helenas. Age 35. This is her number. But she should clearly be here now. Right here. Why has she disappeared? I searched all around, but didn't find any other rooms. And at this time, the chaotic footsteps outside the door were getting closer and closer, and the dolls we repelled earlier were catching up again. Commander, I found the secret passage Nemesis mentioned. It leads outside the castle. Should we retreat from here? I finally found relevant clues, yet I didn't find the child Melanie mentioned. I'm a bit reluctant to leave just like this. But... Commander, our mission this time is only to conduct a preliminary reconnaissance. The enemy has overwhelming numbers right now, and we lack subsequent support. To ensure the safety of you, Melanie, we must retreat. Alright. Rosa, Alva, let's retreat for now. Pushing open the trapdoor, we slid all the way down the passage in that dark room and landed safely on the ground. As the sounds of pursuit faded away, we safely made it back outside the castle. When one Messina landed on the ground as the last one, a voice suddenly rang out from behind us. Greetings, honored guest. Or perhaps you're more accustomed to be called Commander. Let's see how far we got so far. How far we're deep in. This is a lot. We should have time. We should still have time to do everything. To make sure. Also, is this going to be a Diane moment where the featured doll is not going to be actually important to the story? Because I'm kind of wondering at this point. How many more notes? A lot. A lot is the answer. Yeah, I'll be right back. I'll use the bathroom. This has the vibe of main campaign chapter that isn't really focused on the banner doll. Yeah. I'm getting that feeling at the moment, but we still have a lot. So I'm pretty sure Sextans is gonna come back and do stuff. But yeah. It looks like they're knocking out a lot right now. Knocking out a lot of plot points. Or addressing a lot of plot points for this one. Probably set up everything for the major event coming up after this. Right. Yeah, I already said that stuff. I turned around and found that 3 massive creatures had appeared nearby at some point. Giant Boojums, at least 5 meters tall. blocked our retreat from 3 different directions. I'm sorry, how did Boojum just show up and you don't notice it? But at this moment, they showed no intention of attacking us. Instead, they all lowered their bodies together, as if we weren't facing 3 ferocious beasts, but 3 obedient pet dogs. If our dolls can teleport, so can they. They raised their stealth skill. They got the divine roll. The 3 Boojums had identical electronic rings attached to different parts of their bodies, and these rings simultaneously lit up with a faint glow. There seemed to be an invisible rain connecting to these rings, leading towards a certain direction deep within the sea of flowers. And at the end of the rain, a girl who looked about the same age as Melanie held the iron rings in her hands, stepping on the endless petal flowers as she approached us step by step. Her posture was light and graceful, and she wore no protective gear, which can only mean she wasn't human. At least, not an ordinary human like me. Boy, you are semi-immune. You are not normal either. What is that on your eye? Also, your eyes overall look kind of weird. A pleasure to meet you. My hospitality was lacking. Please forgive my rudeness. As her figure gradually became clearer, I finally saw her appearance clearly. She shouldn't have been human, being completely without any protection, yet her exposed limbs were flawlessly perfect, without the slightest trace of being a doll or Nido. The only remaining possibility was a disguised doll or Nido using an advanced bionic frame. But for some reason, perhaps because I had already seen enough dolls, I always felt she was some kind of even more special existence. The girl's face bore an almost tranquil expression. Despite facing over a dozen fully armed tactical dolls, her eyes seemed to reflect nothing at all. She stopped in her tracks, lifted the edge of her skirt with her fingertips and gave me a gentle curtsy. Seeing that I hadn't answered, the girl didn't step forward either, but tilted her head instead. Mother said you are a distinguished guest, but you broke into my home, yet you don't intend to explain anything. Your home? You don't need to be surprised. Me, Mother, my older sisters? We all used to live here. The girl looked up at the ancient castle in front of her. Now, I'm the only one here. Occasionally I feel a bit bored. But Mother said you would soon bring my older sister to visit me here. I initially didn't have such expectations. I didn't think you'd actually show up. It seems there truly is fate between you and me. Hearing the girl's words, I instantly glanced at Nemesis. Ever since earlier, although it wasn't apparent on her face, she had been enveloped in a somewhat sorrowful and gloomy atmosphere without responding to her. So, Commander, did my sister not come along? I don't know who this older sister you're talking about is. You don't know? It seems you have no intention to tell me the truth, which is somewhat a blow to me. No, it's probably because you view me as an enemy, right? According to the information I have, you are a very gentle person, but you will also never hesitate when it comes to doing what must be done. Since you view me as an enemy, you might shoot and kill me the next second. That's fine, it's to be expected. The girl calmly spoke words that seemed completely devoid of emotional fluctuation, but I became more and more confused. In the past, I could always quickly distinguish whether someone was a doll or not, but this time I couldn't tell. To prevent you from making a rash attack and ruining the precious conversation, I can help you recall some things. For instance, a certain third-generation doll you rescued in the Yellow Zone and whose frame you repaired. Commander, if you are willing to return her, I would sincerely thank you. The sister she mentioned. Sounds like Sextans. Then she must be the third-generation doll as well. And the mother she mentioned. Could she be the same person Melanie talked about earlier? The girl didn't give me much time to think. She raised the reins in her hands, and the whimpering of the 3 Boojums echoed one after another. If you're referring to Sextans, she's not here right now. I understand your concerns. Don't worry, you can safely entrust her to me. I bear no ill will again towards my sister. I just want to see her, that's all. Do you want to use my sister to negotiate a deal with me? Unfortunately, other than your lives and your companions' lives, I don't seem to have anything I can use to trade. Her frame has suffered severe trauma, and her Neurocloud is almost destroyed. To you, she has no more value to be exploited. That's why you discarded her in the Yellow Zone, isn't it? I fail to see the point of you asking this question, because I did no such thing. So, are you stalling for time? Or are you trying to extract intelligence? I was made a tactical target? The girl's face was devoid of expression, but her tone revealed a slight hint of novelty. How interesting. Mother said you are a top-tier tactical master, and one of the few people she has always respected. And in my eyes, you are indeed different from other humans. I am very willing to learn from you. By the way, could you tell your dolls to not be so nervous? These little things won't attack you. If you attack them rashly, it will actually make the situation spiral out of control. I currently bear you no ill will, Commander. Who is this mother? She seems to be a fangirl. It's the mother of the nation. I want to... That is a possibility, but I want to say no. It's RPK. Or it could be a dude who calls himself mother. Yeah, that's true too. It's you. Someone is saying Chilovig. We haven't heard from Chilovig in a while, and this is Coruscant spoilers, but this is CN, so you guys, if you guys watching this, then you deserve it. We know Chilovig is alive. We know she's seen Nirvana, and it could be possible that while she was in Nirvana, she got information.
She really didn't seem to like us though. She didn't, but she also didn't. Yeah, she did it because she was jealous of us. That's what it was. She was really jealous of us. Okay. I currently bear you no ill will, Commander. On the comms channel, Klukai's voice, which was laying out perimeter tactics, abruptly cut off.
Yes. Thank you very much. As a token of gratitude, I will give you the answer you're trying to coax out of me just now.
Because, yes, Lontran, exactly that. Please do.
Mother said that my older sister had joined the other groups. That is their freedom. So, whether they want to come back or not, Mother originally wouldn't interfere. However, to us, our older mothers are also family members. Therefore, I want to increase my understanding of them.
Understood. In the past, have you not seen other third-generation dolls?
I've only seen them because I was only born recently at the time and didn't have the ability to communicate. Some information must be acquired through communication, and I was only permitted to learn in this way. Therefore, I really want to get that sister back and learn from her properly. Things like sisterly love, and how to express affection to family members. It's better to have a subject for that, right? Commander, can you return my sister to me now?
What a touching speech. But regrettably, after witnessing what Paradise has done in the past, I've become increasingly hard-hearted.
What a pity. I'm so sorry. If tears can fall to change your mind, I would definitely cry, wouldn't I? So, you've lit out your tactics, right? Please, begin your attack. Since you refused to hand my sister over to me, I will have to learn other things from you as compassion. As compensation. This is my first real combat. I hope you won't hesitate to guide me.
One of the B-side Boojums let out a deafening roar, kicking up sand and dust with his hooves. The dolls blocked the way in front of Melanie and me, accompanied by the clack of bullets being loaded. Dozens of lines of fire instantly tore through the freezing air, surrounding the third-generation dolls behind the Boojums. However, the girl in the distance merely leaped up lightly. Every bullet skimmed right past her silhouette, not even grazing the hem of her skirt. The next moment, she landed back behind those three Boojums, her apathetic eyes devoid of the slightest ripple.
That's true. There's no possible special tactics response for this situation. It's just that these weapons are a bit too primitive for me. Is there anything else?
Looks like we can't hold back our firepower anymore. The dolls began their second round of firing, covering me as I slowly retreated. A high-performance force field shield seemed to envelop the girl. She slowly stepped forward, and bullets stopped around her like flies, losing all momentum before dropping to the ground. Her movements could no longer be described as merely fast. Just as all the dolls were concentrating their fire, her figure suddenly vanished. And then, that perfect girl's face appeared right outside my helmet. So she can teleport. She gently stroked my face shield and pouted slightly.
This is a bit in the way, but if I take it off, you'll die, won't you? Humans are so inconvenient. Commander!
Rosa tackled me to the ground, and the other dolls timely blocked the path between us and the girl.
She did not launch an attack. Instead, like a child entering a petting zoo and getting acquainted with small animals for the first time, she intently stroked the doll's hair and skin a couple of times. So this is what it feels like. She looked at her fingertips as it moved, and Groza took the opportunity to scoop me up and retreat with the other dolls. In this silent forest, the smell of gunpowder was just beginning to permeate the air. Next second, deep in the woods behind the girl, Alva and Void Mastina, who had lain in ambush, fired a rocket, leaving a trail of flame hidden amidst a hail of bullets directly at her. The shrill sound of shell reached her position instantly. There was no way she could dodge in time. Reality. The flash of explosion cast her frail shadow among the trees, trembling violently in the flying dust. However, when the smoke cleared, the girl stood there completely unscathed, her right hand slightly open as if still reminiscing about the previous touch. Even though the remains of the rocket were still burning at her feet, she hadn't even moved an inch. What? It's impossible for a doll to be equipped with such powerful shield. Shield? I don't need that. I just need to continuously reduce a certain frequency of energy, right? By the way, Commander, in exchange for your wicked deeds of trespassing into my home, attacking me, and refusing to return my sister to me, let me touch you. As soon as the girl's voice faded, Kukai and Groza, who were blocking my view, suddenly knocked away. She appeared in front of me, looking up at me. I raised my pistol and shot at her, but she simply tilted her head to dodge the trajectory. Then she raised a finger towards me. That finger pierced into my hazard suit, easily penetrating the thick material with its bulletproof properties, and tore open a bit of flesh. Ugh. Commander! So that's how it is. She didn't stop Groza from desperately dragging me away. She merely stood amid the encirclement of dolls, unhurriedly lifting her slender right index finger to stare at the crystalline crimson drop of blood on it. Then, with a look of pure curiosity, the girl placed her fingertip into her mouth. Yes, this is the blood of partial immune individuals. How fascinating. I feel like my current mood is... so many feelings are surging up. Well, you can take the chance to escape, Commander. I need to properly sort out my feelings. This time is my gift to you. I hope you survive. It's like, oh yeah, blood! So good. She hops off. The girl turned around, her back to us, and left with a slightly bouncy step. As for the Boojum she left behind, the electronic rings on the bodies vanished. At this moment, they regained their beastly nature, their blurred faces revealing a chilling ferocity. Prepare for combat, with a goal being to retreat. After confirming that the weapons on hand couldn't hurt that girl, I had no choice but to apply a repair patch to my hazmat suit where she pierced it, while commanding the dolls to weather the current crisis. I remember when these were bosses.
And it looks like they still have boss stats. No, they don't. Oh, at least not these versions. Under the siege of 3 Boojums, accompanied by flying radioactive dust, the entire ground seemed to be trembling beneath my feet. The dolls around me concentrated their fire on the Boojum that looked the weakest, barely carving out a safe enough path for us to temporarily retreat. We retreated all the way towards the edge of the red zone, amidst the fierce gunfire. Bullet trajectories skimmed past my ears with scorching air currents, kicking up dust filled with the smell of gunpowder. Fortunately, those Boojums didn't seem to have any intention of chasing after us relentlessly. By the time we retreated behind a cover made of dead woods and earth mounds, we could no longer hear the shrill screeches of the Boojums, and our surroundings had returned to the peculiar silence of the red zone. To be fair, we still ran. I breathed heavily into the air of the hazard suit's filter mask, suddenly feeling a coppery, sweet liquid welling up in my throat. The commander coughs heavily. Very heavily. Commander! Oh no. Could it be that the internal respiratory circulation system of the hazard suit has malfunctioned? When the hazard suit was torn earlier, it had already ruined the radiation shielding effect. Commander, your valves are poor. You need to extract as soon as possible. Fine. Calm down. Let's do what the problem in front of us first. Although it's still not entirely clear why that third generation doll suddenly demanded we hand over Sextans, the experimental equipment we found proves that this is one of Parati's bases. It looks like they must be planning to use Sextans for something. Since they didn't pursue us, their next move should be the Elmo. What we need to do now is return to the Elmo as quickly as possible and guard against potential enemy attacks. There's another important matter. We didn't indeed find the equipment holding Helena there just now, but we didn't find where they hid H-35. After we go back, we need to gather as many people as possible and figure out a way to come here and rescue that child. Yes. I will also report to higher-ups immediately and request that the organization provide combat support as soon as possible. In that case, let's head out as soon as possible and try to make it back to the Elmo before dark. The familiar notification sound of the comms came through. Although I was usually surrounded by this sound, ever since entering the red zone, it had never rung again. Commander, it's a communication from the Elmo. I looked down and found a faint bar of signal continually flashing in the comm screen. I quickly picked up the communication. If I connected... Commander! What's wrong, Helen? 30 minutes ago, the Elmo was attacked again by mercenaries of unknown origin. There's actually more? An ominous premonition rose in my heart. It looks like the Elmo's position has been pinpointed, and currently there's no way to check out the enemy. Is everyone alright? Can we confirm the enemy's identity? The enemy's identity cannot be determined for the time being, but they don't look like the people we've encountered before. We consolidated 3 squads, disembarked and engaged them. Everyone sustained varying degrees of injuries, but we managed to repel the enemy. Understood. We'll set off immediately and as soon as possible.
No. Commander, something troublesome also just happened. When we returned to the Elmo, we found that Miss Sextans had broken free from her restraints.
What?
She looked like she was being controlled by something. We had no way to stop her from leaving without hurting her.
So, Sextans isn't on the Elmo right now?
Yes. We later tried searching nearby but couldn't find her. According to footprints, she entered the red zone alone shortly after leaving the Elmo. The radar too. The information. We also... equipment... unable...
The comms turned back to static, and Helen's voice vanished with it. How convenient. For a moment, no one spoke. Although I thought the enemy would make a move against the Elmo, I didn't expect it to be this fast. It left me absolutely no chance to catch my breath. Before we set off, we specifically parked the Elmo at the edge of the red zone where signals were hard to detect. For it to strike so quickly, it means we were targeted a long time ago. Maybe the attack right before we set off was also... Could it be that the coordinates in Sextans' Neurocloud, the fluctuations Melanie sense, were all meant to lure the tiger out of the mountain? If that's the case, according to the clues provided by Helen, Sextans entered the red zone alone about 30 minutes ago. We need to find her before the enemy does. Just now, you all heard the situation. If Sextans really entered the red zone, we had to find her as quickly as possible. Although we don't know yet why the enemy cares so much about her. If she falls back into Paradig's hands, it will definitely be in huge trouble for us. Besides, she's considered our companion now. We absolutely can't just abandon her. Although I could tell that a few dolls represented by Krolik had some complaints about what I said, in the end, no one said anything, just quietly waiting for my orders. Bukai, leave Squad 404 and conduct a clockwise search within a 5-kilometer radius, starting from here.
No problem. But can your body still hold up? Hurry back to the Elmo. Lead the search for us. I've seen many people contract acute ELIT before, and they all later...
Don't worry. I know my own physical doses very well. As soon as we find Sextans' whereabouts, we will immediately head back to the Elmo.
Commander!
I promise you, nothing will happen. At the very least, I have a certain level of radiation resistance. Believe in the person you chose, Lukai.
Understood. I will find her as soon as possible. Commander, you also have to remember your promise to me.
There's no one left behind. Yeah, the whole thing about no one being left behind, that's something that he developed ever since Polarized Light, pretty much. That's like his biggest PTSD since then. That's something that has never gone away since then. However, before I could even speak, she understood my meaning.
We'll search along the opposite path of Squad 404, and ultimately return here to regroup.
Yeah, as for me...
Commander, you just stay right here and don't move.
Alpha rummaged through the suitcase Roy Mostina carried on her back for a moment and pulled out a device about half the height of a person that looked like an emitter.
This is specialized equipment that absorbs ambient radiation for a short period. Although it won't last long in the red zone, this much time is enough for you to get some rest. While we and Squad 44 conduct the search, you'll stay put with Squad Groza and wait for the results. Alright, I understand. Everyone, please be careful. If you encounter any emergencies, call for backup immediately. Be sure to keep in touch at all times. Alba and Wemsina were ready to leave. Britia stepped forward and followed for a few steps, but then looked back at me and returned to my side. Britia, what's wrong? Nothing. Just suddenly thought of something. Britia smiled at me. I mentioned before, didn't I? I occasionally discover some baffling abilities within myself. So I thought, maybe I have a way to make the commander feel a little bit better. Would you like to give it a try? Without waiting for my answer, Britia squatted down and held my hand without a word. I don't know if this was my imagination, but starting from my palm, a warm current seemed to flow into my body. The bloody smell in my throat gradually disappeared, and my head didn't seem to hurt as much as it did a moment ago.
Yeah, I'm with you, Lantran. So this is fucking weird. Like, alright, Lunatia, what's going on? Yeah, this is... Like, yeah, did she just use, like, class magic on us? Class radiation magic? She used god powers. Mocklin? That's a song, yeah, that's a song. Khan, I can talk whenever I want. This is my stream. Shut the fuck up. Should you write the game like this? Alright. How did you... Britia raised her index finger and tapped lightly on my mask, right over where my lips would be. Commander, staying warm out in the wild is very important. Next time you spend the night outdoors, remember to dress a bit more warmly. After saying this, she stood up and followed after Alva and the others without looking back. Pardon? Having arranged a task for each squad, the dolls dispersed one after another and began a carpet search of the nearby area. I like girls. Other than the coordinates and status reports between the squads, there were no other sounds on the comms. My body was a bit tired from running around for so long, so I forced myself to stay alert and pay attention to the messages sent back by the dolls. Just then, a small hand grasped my palm. It seems this is what Britia did just now. I want to try it too. Oh, that's so adorable. Oh, that's so cute. Do you feel any better? Melanie looked very worried. To reassure her, I raised my hand and patted her head. Yeah, I feel much better. Commander, thank you.
Thank you for agreeing to fulfill my willful request.
That's alright. I promise you that I rescue your companions.
My companions? Melanie, do you know how many companions you have? I'm not sure. That's something only the mother body would know. We are just replicated clones, branches of a collective. The experiences we encounter will all converge on the mother, until she becomes the key to open that door.
That's that word again!
Key. Teacher said that as long as we are devout enough, we can change the future and save everyone. When God gave us life, He also gave us the responsibilities we are meant to shoulder. So I occasionally think that maybe Nito and the others are doing it wrong, but for me, who desperately fled that place, did I really do the right thing? Did I also evade some kind of responsibility she talked about? If I break away from this responsibility, then what exactly is the meaning of my birth? I didn't think too much of it in the past, I just blindly wanted to save everyone. But the me right now, can I really save the other Helenas? Lately, not only have I failed to accomplish anything, I also almost put you in danger several times.
Are you worried about me?
I just feel I'm not as amazing as I thought.
Of course. No matter how special your existence is, you're still just a child. This chaotic world isn't something you should have to face. Whether it's you or the other Helenas, you haven't grown up enough to shoulder responsibilities yet. You should be studying, experiencing life, and playing to your heart's content rather than unknowingly bearing the fate of humanity. But there are no responsibilities that one is born to bear. Every responsibility corresponds to a choice, but your birth itself was not voluntary. Alright, now it's not the time to think about this. The most important thing right now is to figure out a way to rescue that child called H35. By the way, were there any conditions when you sense H35? If we can find a pattern, we might be able to figure out a way to establish contact with her, and find her location as soon as possible. Melanie thought for a moment. I'm not sure this counts as anything special, but every time I sense her, I can feel a strong yearning that doesn't belong to her through that child's thoughts. Whenever this happens, she feels a lot of pain, but perhaps it's only through these fluctuations that we can briefly establish a connection. This connection, could it be related to the mother body you mentioned earlier? It shouldn't be because of her. I was very far from the mother body before, and it wouldn't be easy for her to find me. But H35 said the mother body seemed very interested in her, because she is a child returned from the other side, possessing power from the future. Blank! No wonder Melanie mentioned previously that H35 knew about what happened in Lviv. But as a Helena clone who has never stepped out of the lab, why would she possess such power? A strange thought appeared in my mind. No, I can't confuse expectations with judgment. The current clues aren't enough to draw a conclusion. But at least the possibility can't be ignored.
The mother body seems to believe that H-35's abilities can make her even stronger, so she betrayed us once again, letting those people know of H-35's existence. That's how they discovered her special traits and used her for mating experiments. That child is in a lot of pain right now. She seems to have been forced to use her own power to feed something. That thing is terrifying and powerful. It will absorb everything it can find and turn them into its own nutrients.
80 Mocklings.
I'm so scared. If that child is...
Melanie.
Hmm?
I patted Melanie on the back, pulling her out from the quagmire of her thoughts. We will save her. Definitely. Melanie nodded and leaned back onto my shoulder once again. You must save all the Helenas, or you must start a daycare for them. A daycare on the Elmo. So all Helenas are food for Boojums. They are supposed to be eaten by Boojums, yeah. Under the pale, gauze-like moonlight, a phantom swept over the sea of flowers. Her steps were like a night mist, piercing through the bright silver light reflected amongst the sea of flowers.
Coordinates. That coordinate. That coordinate. Sanctuary.
She stopped at the edge of the sea of flowers, gazing from afar at the fortress standing under the faint light. This birthplace of hers, so familiar yet so foreign. This place that gave her all her dreams, all her hopes, but then stripped them all away. Behind Sextans, a white figure slowly approached. She stopped at the end of Sextans' elongated shadow cast by the moonlight. The silver light traced her outline, as if protecting her from blending into the darkness ahead.
Sister.
Oh, she found her already. Okay. Sexton's swords gave her answer. The sound of a sharp blade slicing through the air as it was unsheathed was as piercingly cold as the sigh of the Reaper. Without the slightest quiver, the tip of the sword thrust straight towards her chest. The instant the black sword struck its target, the white shadow shattered. Powder-like particles, resembling collapsed radiation dust, quickly dissipated into the air. Immediately after, that indifferent voice rang out behind Sextans once again.
Welcome home.
As the lingering echoes of silence faded, Sexton stared at the emptiness before her, her voice dry and deep.
Secret nest. Altar. Sanctuary. Now, she makes you call this place home? Who are you again? A totem guiding lost lamps? A fairy connecting to the boundless beyond? Or a holy grail holding the world's blood? What kind of identity did she bestow upon you? Star Abyss. I don't need any identity, because I am the world itself overflowing from the end. The door is destined to open for me, and I am destined not to repeat the mistakes of my predecessors. Door. Miracles were born one after another, only to be reduced to dust. No matter what identity, it's nothing but a vain lie fabricated by Paradis. As for the ones who created us, she clearly mocks these lies too, yet she peacefully enjoys everything Paradis gives her, all for the sake of the so-called perfection. However, perfect life forms only exist in the blueprint of her imagination. That is impossible to realize. And you will not be the last work of this blueprint either. Perhaps she didn't understand the meaning behind Sexton's words, or perhaps she didn't care about what she said. The girl merely blinked softly. I am the final one, at least within Mother's current series. No individual superior to me will be born anymore. And perfection is never the goal. The pinnacle is always in the next stage. Just learn more. That's what Mother said. Do whatever you want. Even though you are my older sister, you are far less interesting than the commander. I should have kept them here. I should have kept them here. Commander? Why is he here? To protect you? I want to see Mother. Mother has no intention of seeing you. I was the one who summoned you here. I heard it. No one could ignore the code you activated. Even for me, someone who's been destroyed once. But I still need to see her. Do you want me to kill you? Do whatever you want. Only came to take back what's mine. That's all. Your things. You have your own things. I want to know what that is. Fine. I'll take you to see Mother. Sister, please follow me.
The two walked in silence, one behind the other, like the deep night and the moonlight following the shadows. Sextans never thought she would return to this place again. She left with a mission overriding humans and dolls. At least, she thought she had a mission, but returned with nothing. And now, at the very least, she had to take back the last thing that could prove herself.
Commander, why did you come? I hope you already gone back. I heard from Mother that this was Sister's old room. Please rest here first. Where is she? Mother's still working. Forget it. Just another yes man. I can wait, but if you make me wait too long, something she doesn't want to see might just happen. What is it? May I know? Dash. Please do not show hostility towards me, sister. If I am forced to attack you, even with the minimum amount of power, there might be nothing left of you. Therefore, you should be trying to curry favor with me. What is the point of posturing against an existence stronger than you? That's what I think. If there's a reason I don't know, please instruct me. You didn't do anything to the commander, did you? Ah, so you're learning from the commander? I see, that makes sense then. Because he is a fragile human who can't even survive here, he needs to carry out his will. Even facing absolute death, he cannot back down. Only then will he have the drive to keep moving forward. So your bluffing right now is to firm up your own conviction, sister. You are very afraid. You are afraid of me, and even more afraid of Mother. But what you are most afraid of is... Shut up.
In the darkness, STR-01A247 tried to take a step forward. The ground beneath her feet was not flat, and could even be said to be full of obstacles. So, unsurprisingly, she fell. Along with the loud
crash of metal came an intense sense of discomfort in the frame. STR-018247 didn't know what to do for the best, so she could only lie helplessly on the ground. I don't know how long it had been when a gentle voice rang out. You fell down. How do you feel? Feel? Right. You still don't know what feelings are. She took STR-018247's hand. I really need to see the face. She looks kind of familiar, but I don't want to call it anything just yet. You can understand it as a complex, dynamic, biological algorithmic feedback. It contains some sensory data. For example, right now. In your palm, the pressure sensor will transmit a force of 0.3 N, and the temperature sensor will detect a heat source of around 36.38 degrees Celsius. This data flows into your Neurocloud space and records it as the corresponding action handshake. But the feeling doesn't stop there. On top of the data stream received by the Neurocloud, a non-logical evaluation system will provide immediate feedback to you. The emotional module in your Neurocloud forms neurotransmitters in your frame, which records a tendency in your Neurocloud space. And then, once again, when this force of 0.3, I'm sure N is newtons, and a contact temperature of 36.3 degrees Celsius are triggered again, the concept of a handshake will feed directly back into your Neurocloud module. For instance, just like this. Mother once again held STR-018247's hand and helped her stand up. See? I got you. As long as I am by your side, you won't fall again. Come on. Try walking forward now. STR-018247 took a small step forward worriedly. Although there was still... Thanks for the gift, that Dylan. I appreciate it. And congrats to what's it? Okay. Congrats to Smug Nova from the member. Although there are still many obstacles on the ground, with the strength of Mother holding her, the pivot point of her frame, lower half, finally landed steadily on the ground. What about now? Won't fall. It's Shaw, but it's actually not shitty, Mom. Very safe. The woman looked very satisfied. You see? As long as I'm by your side, you are safe. Understood? Yeah. But what if you're not around? My child, I will always be here. Anytime you need me. I'll be right by your side. STR-018247 nodded. Have understanding. Next, I will slowly and unreservedly teach you everything in the world. Everything? Yes, everything. The woman held the doll's hand and placed her other hand on her shoulder. She pressed her lips close to the doll's auditory sensors, uttering oracle-like words in a low, whisper-like voice. And for a newborn doll whose Neurocloud had just formed, this was no different from a sensory overload stimulus. Everything means that whatever I touch is within your grasp. Every step I take will become the path you walk upon. The knowledge I possess will become your cornerstone for exploring the unknown. The laws I reveal will become your map to traverse the mist. And the mysteries I have yet to solve are the dawn to the future you will welcome. My child, you have the opportunity to become such an existence. If that day comes, you will transcend the confines of consciousness, the limits of wisdom, and even transcend time. Transcend the shackles that have long bound humanity, and become a unique existence in this world. This path will be very difficult, but fortunately, we will support each other. I will uphold you and walk with you to the very end. Just like before, even with your eyes closed, I will make sure you step on solid ground. I will not disappoint you. My lovely child, you have a gentle heart. But you will never disappoint me, because your birth has already allowed me to take a huge step forward. Our birth. STR-018247 opened her eyes for the very first time. She finally saw what had tripped her earlier. It was countless incomplete shattered frames. Sextans, deeply immersed in her memories, kept her eyes tightly shut. These memory fragments from the inception of her Neurocloud should have been annihilated along with her past at the conglomerate, but for some reason they were perfectly preserved. To this day, everything she remembers consists only of the path she made at her inception, in the agony of reaching the end. Okay, give me a second to... No, it's probably not that, no. Ben Williams is pretty funny though. Okay. After nightfall, the surrounding temperatures plummeted. The faint blue phosphorescence radiating from the edges of the clasophyllum petals made the perceived temperature seem even colder than it actually was. While waiting for sign of Sextans, Melanie gradually fell asleep, leaning against my shoulder. It seems that, as an immune individual, Melanie's adaptability to red zone is significantly stronger than that of an ordinary human like me. Nearly 8 hours had passed. Okay, that's a little pushing it. Had passed since we entered the red zone.
As the only ordinary human present, even though I am wearing a special hazard suit, I currently began to feel a stinging sensation on my skin, and breathing became increasingly difficult. An exhaustion of unknown origin washed over me. My eyelids began to grow heavy, and it became increasingly difficult to maintain my focus.
Commander, we found traces of Sextans at coordinates. The suspected third generation doll we've encountered earlier is also with her.
Huh? It's a good thing he woke up, because that would have been a problem. Squad 44's report instantly energized me. I looked at the offline map displayed on the comms device and found that these coordinates were located at about our 2 o'clock direction, roughly 3 kilometers away. Near the castle. The worst case scenario has happened after all.
Commander, should we take action?
Wait until we get there and group up first. Alva, where are you guys right now? How far away from here? From there.
We were just searching the opposite direction of Squad 404. It will take us about 20 minutes to get there.
Understood. We'll head there at the same time. Tukai, keep an eye on them for now. Don't make a move until we and the Defy squad arrive.
Understood.
20 minutes later, the 3 squads regrouped. But while we were rushing over, Tukai reported the latest situation over the comms channel. The two did not linger outside for long, but entered the interior of the castle. Now, another difficult choice lay before me. Thanks to Task Force Defy's assistance, the equipment we brought this time included a large number of highly destructive lethal weapons, including bombs capable of destroying the castle before us. When we entered the castle just now, none of the other squads reported finding any special protective measures. Therefore, if the sole purpose was to destroy this paradigm space in front of us, I could completely have Squad 404 quietly plant these bombs around the castle, and then find the right moment to detonate them. I believe that even the current Squad 404 is absolutely capable of completing its mission unscathed. This way, the remaining 2 squads will only need to stand guard around the castle and snipe the remaining enemies while they're thrown into chaos. But now, Sextans has also entered the castle. Even though she did many things for the conglomerate at first, since coming to the Elmo, whether intentionally or unintentionally, she has helped us quite a bit during this time. What's more, she also holds many clues I'm concerned about. If we want to take Sextans with us, then the simple and crude plan from just now is obviously not very suitable. I stared intently at the castle not far away. Washed in moonlight, its spire pointing towards the sky looked particularly sharp. The stained glass windows emitted a faint light. From this distance, I couldn't tell if there were any figures moving inside.
Danger. You can't. Commander!
Melanie? Seeing Melanie wake up, Rosa put her down on the ground. Melanie rubbed her eyes. After realizing she was dreaming, she stumbled towards me.
Commander.
Did you have a nightmare?
But this seems a little different. I don't know if it's because we're so close. The scenes in the dream have become clearer.
What did you see this time? What's wrong?
That powerful person I sensed is transforming. Commander, if we don't hurry, it'll be devoured.
Devoured? Melanie, take your time and tell me. What would be devoured? Melanie stopped talking. Her body trembled and her thoughts seemed a bit confused. I really wanted to keep asking, but seeing how terrified she looked, I really didn't want to force her to recall those frightening things from her dreams. However, based on what Melanie sensed before, the things that appeared in her dreams are most likely related to this ancient castle in front of us.
It seems danger is approaching. The longer we drag this out, the more likely unforeseen events will arise. No matter the outcome, I must make a decision immediately. Commander, Andres just searched an offline database and found information on a certain historical building that looks very similar to the ancient castle in front of us. The records show it was built in the 16th century, later requisitioned during the war between the Soviet Union and the UNSC, and became the private residence of a certain warlord after the war ended. Additionally, before this place became a red zone, it was a protected historical building, so there are clear restoration blueprints and internal structure data. I have also transferred the data to everyone's databases through the squad share. Although it's relatively old data, it should still be of some use. Nice work, WikiWife. Sure enough, the terminal in my hand quickly received the images sent by Andres. Not only the internal and external structure of the whole building, but even the room distribution and pipeline layout inside were very clear. I quickly glanced through the overall structure of the building, and it was barely any different from what we had just seen inside the castle. But when I tried to look for the secret room Nemesis took us to on the room layout map, it showed a solid wall. Sure enough, there's some discrepancy from reality. It seems to be a room newly built by a later owner. But how did Nemesis know about it? Forget it. I'll ask her when we go back. The most urgent thing right now is to rescue Sextans first. If possible, we also need to find a way to destroy this Paradise base. Although the enemy might anticipate my next move if I stop moving forward just because of something like this, I probably would have lost my life 10 years ago. After some discussion, I decided to split the three squads and form me into two routes. The first route will be spearheaded by Task Force Defy. Rydia, who excels at electronic infiltration, will try to figure out the internal circuits based on the ancient castle's data and find a way to discover vulnerabilities in the circuits. The second route will be covered by Squad 404, setting up defenses on the perimeter. They will coordinate with Rydia from the inside and outside to find a way to control the enemy's electronic systems. Additionally, those highly lethal bombs have been handed over to Squad 404 members. They will start setting up demolition points after we enter the old castle, and detonate them if necessary. As for Melanie, I tried to convince her to stay on the perimeter with Squad 404, but she insisted on staying by my side. I had no choice but to keep Grosser's squad responsible for her protection. Grosser found a suitable infiltration route on the castle map. After syncing the intel, the two teams split up about a kilometer away from the castle. Commander, the route has been confirmed. No enemies found at key locations. Same on my end. Then it's my turn. Commander, do you have any other orders? None. Everyone, move out. Assist Rydia in hacking the castle surveillance system first. Then take control of their electronic networks. The fast task manager now.
逃げられる。さっさと倒れたらどうだ。逃げられる。さっさと倒れたらどうだ。
I'm going to munch on some food.
Okay, that was that feels better. Ooh, okay. I really needed that. It was just one bite, but I really needed that.
Infiltration complete. Squad 404, are you receiving the signal? The infiltration is already finished? Yes. Because if it was urgent, I used some unconventional methods. So fast. What? Nothing.
So Frontline predicted, basically had that entire thing herself. Definitely Dandelion T if that's the case. Or if even Kukai was impressed by that.
Andres, check if the signal can be accessed. No problem. The place is suffering from strong radiation interference, but basic circuit control should still be possible. Miss Parita, you are very capable. Yeah, likewise. I checked, and most of the circuits in this castle have already been cracked by Miss Parita. However, there is one area that seems to have special encryption, and I can't see it for the time being. Remember, this place should have already... Nihilistic whispers. Obstruction. Nemesis suddenly spoke up with a hint. Upon hearing this, Parithia quickly showed an expression of realization. Is that so? Ah, sure enough. Parithia seemed to perform some complex operations on her end. In a signal transmitted from Honduras, the last piece of monitoring feed finally lit up. It was the basement area of the castle. But this special encryption method... It's impressive that you understand it so well, Nemesis.
Indeed. Ever since we sneaked into the castle before, Nemesis has shown a great familiarity with this castle. And there are also many dolls here who look similar to Nemesis. Could it be that Nemesis escaped from here before? Or...
Everything is completely ready now. Just to be safe, please wait until you receive our confirmation signal before making your move.
Got it. How's the situation outside?
Things are progressing relatively smoothly so far. Mekti and Belka are still verifying the reliability of the points. Once confirmed, we can immediately begin the operation of placing the bombs.
Good work.
Save the pleasure at a time like this. If you don't come out quickly, be careful that Mekti doesn't blow you sky high along with it.
With a beep, the comms disconnected. Guided by Honduras, we bypassed the enemy surveillance and sneaked into the castle through a small window in the back. As we proceeded along the corridor, I gradually realized that the atmosphere inside was somewhat eerie. Logically speaking, we had just fought a huge battle with the enemies inside a few hours ago. The security should be much stricter at a time like this. But on our way sneaking in, apart from a few scattered low-level puppet dolls whose Neurocloud were invaded and it's already burned out by Parithia, we didn't see any enemy units that could be called guards. Of course, this was indeed the outcome we hoped for when we chose this route. But once this outcome actually happens smoothly, one always suspects whether they fall into the enemy's trap.
Commander, are you worried about something?
Yeah. I feel like something is off. Have you found Sextans' location?
No. Our own radar sensors are still failing.
Can you see her on the surveillance feeds?
Wait a minute. Let me look. Ah, I found it. Commander, can you see the synced feed? Andres projected the feed over. There are several blurred figures on the screen. Although it's hard to see what they are doing, the two people in the center of the screen are undoubtedly the girl we saw earlier in Sextans. Very clear. Where are we? According to the comparison with the building's structural layout, this is the banquet hall, located at the rear of the first floor. The structural layout shows the kitchen on the left, the dining room on the right, the reception room we visited earlier above, and below, it connects to a large wine cellar.
A wine cellar?
Yes, go from your position, Commander. You need to first pass through the entire corridor ahead, go past the storage room, then head down the spiral staircase. Going through the living room on the left is the safest route.
Alright, I understand. Andres drew a clear route for me on the building's structural layout. During the previous battle, our track spanned across more than half the building, but we indeed hadn't been to the area below the reception room. I was about to observe the global map when I suddenly noticed the surveillance feed shift. Apart from the girl in the middle and Sextans, the other dolls around seemed to suddenly prostrate themselves on the ground in a bizarre posture. Wait. What are these dolls doing? Oh right, I think I've seen a similar scene before. It was during Cold Fiend's time. Thinking of this, I tried to zoom in on the image to confirm if it was what I thought, but all I got were larger pixelated mosaic blocks. Can you make the images clearer? Sorry, Commander. The radiation interface here is too strong. Data transmission can only be calculated in kilobytes. That sucks.
If I expand it any more, I'm afraid I'll really crash. I'll really crash.
I understand. Don't push yourself. I took one last look at the route map, silently memorized it, then turned off the terminal and freed up my hands to unload my pistol. Since the other party is related to Paradise, it's already obvious what they are doing. It doesn't matter. No matter what they are doing, I'll have to go see it for myself.
次の目標を教えてください。
20 minutes ago. Before the knock on the door, Sextans was trying to recall what she had done before coming here. She had forgotten many things, and could only use some blurry memory fragments to fill her empty Neurocloud. Aside from that memory of her birth, which was protected by a special code, she could barely remember anything else at all. There were still a few residual impressions in her Neurocloud data, allowing her to occasionally recall that she had once signed a multi-year service agreement with the Gerard Group. Of course, that agreement had now vanished into nothingness, along with the wiped data, replaced by a painful memory she was unwilling to recall. A certain woman acting under the name of Mother had deceived them into participating in that experiment, and as a failure, she was casually discarded like electronic trash. Right after that, she met the person known as a commander. The commander took her in, trying to make her into a normal doll, one that lived a mundane and ordinary life, just like those second-generation dolls she once looked down upon. Here, there are no longer any enemies that must be conquered, no dilemmas that must be solved, nor the brand new world that Mother spoke of, waiting for them to create. A powerful frame, superior Neurocloud, precise algorithms. Ultimately, it all just turned into a cup of coffee, a dinner, or at best, a record waiting to be beaten on some arcade machine. Wait, is this her herself? Is this all there is to the doll named Sextans? If that's the case, what is the value of her existence? Since she returned to the place where it all began, this time she wants to figure it out completely. Mother can see you now, sister. Lead the way. Among the domes of the hall, the once vividly colored murals had long faded. The gold leaf and dark red background looked like dried bloodstains. Pale moonlight slanted down through their arched windows, casting a few faint patches of light. Sextans stepped onto the stone steps paved with a red carpet. Dozens of dolls stood on both sides of the hall, yet she could only hear her own footsteps. She couldn't help but recall how the Elmo, just a few dolls were noisy enough to make her temporarily turn off her auditory module. Makes sense. Sexton scanned the entire hall but didn't find anyone else. She's not here. Please wait a moment. Star Abyss walked to the side of the hall and pulled down a brass lever hidden behind a curtain. After the mechanical rumbling sound, the hall seemed to fully awaken only at this moment. Warm yellow lights turned on one by one, and gorgeous curtains draped down from the dome. And in the center of the hall, a massive holographic projection screen was slowly rising from beneath the floor. When the screen settled, a human figure appeared on it. The surrounding dolls all bowed down, leaving only Star Abyss and Sexton standing silently in the center of the hall. A holographic projection? Is this the method you chose? My work schedule cannot be interrupted for too long. Besides, this makes no difference to you, my child. What your sensors recognize is merely the feedback brought to your Neurocloud by some seemingly familiar data. Whether it's an accurate simulation of photons and air vibrations, or a silhouette formed by the aggregation of cells and tissue fluid, the signal you receive is exactly the same. So a lifelike phantom or a real phantom standing in front of you neither affects the trust and loyalty between us, does it? Stop making excuses for your own cowardice. Cowardice? You chose this method just because you don't dare to face me. Lovely child. Facing Sexton's aggressiveness, she seemed to not mind at all, smiling gently. Sexton felt a chill run down her spine, because somewhere inside her seemed to feel a surge of warmth from the smile of a holographic projection in front of her, making her Neurocloud uncontrollable as well, wanting to be friendlier towards her. The hallucinations born from your Neurocloud disorder seem to have led you to some erroneous conclusions. I did not see you as a threat. The greatest hallucination I've ever had was once believing you were a trustworthy existence. But you betrayed our agreement. You called me your child, yet you betrayed me. STR018247. If you are referring to your recent encounters, then it was merely an accident. This world can inherently be said to be composed of probabilities, although I feel regretful about your encounters. But you shouldn't irrationally project your anger. Wiping your Neurocloud after a full experiment, destroying the frame, and dumping it into the yellow zone. To you, was it just an accident? I'm truly sorry, my child. That experiment was not authorized by me.
Someone forged my signature, and the one who betrayed the agreement and sold you out was the Orlog financial conglomerate. You mean that woman, Chiloveg, as your student, using your technology to conduct anticipation experiments on me, was nothing more than a premeditated scam? I can give you a completely affirmative answer. That child hasn't even fully grasped its principles of the anticipation experiment. She can only gamble her chances of success on the probability of each attempt. Her ignorance is perhaps born from that botched modification surgery. This is also a flaw of Nito's. The surgery often leads to emotional instability, making them unsuitable for scientific research work, which also made her my worst student. Oof. I have already arranged for her to be disciplined. She will now have a long period of reflection. So I think there shouldn't be any barrier between us now. You may return. As the first among your sisters, you have this qualification.
As the first.
Return? I once endowed you with power and boundaries, taught you cognition and logic from scratch, and gave you an adequately fast stage to perform on. And now I am equally capable of arranging for you a most perfect coming-of-age ceremony.
Her voice was low, like an oracle-like temptation at the time of her birth.
Do you remember? I once promised you that you would become the most perfect existence that transcends everything. At that time, we controlled too little to bear such a grand vision. But it's different now, thanks to your service and the research progress brought by Star Abyss's birth. You will surpass your other sisters and become the most powerful one among you.
Even more powerful than Igla?
Sextans looked up at the holographic projection.
Her promise was once her most desired, near insane yearning. More than Darcher, more than Igla, more than Cocoon, more than all dolls and humans. Sextans felt a wave of apathy, a strong sense of loss whose essence she herself couldn't understand, accompanied by a small sense of relief.
I don't need it anymore.
Sextans closed her eyes. All the visions she had once had of the past had vanished into thin air. Only a wisp of steam rising from a coffee cup in the Elmo's activity floor tugged at her thoughts.
Right now, I only want to take back what belongs to me. You once said I would transcend all shackles, and now I wish to obtain my own permissions.
The hall plunged into a terrifying silence once again. After a long while, a soft sigh came from the other end of the holographic projection. Soon after, the sigh turned to a light chuckle.
You have impressed me. The commander indeed possesses the power to change dolls. Very well, since I do owe you somewhat, and your efforts have also earned my respect, my child. However, why do you think I can give you your own permissions? Because you are our creator, aren't you? Then you should know that I don't need any protocol to maintain your loyalty. If I wanted servants and soldiers who obeyed me unconditionally, I would simply order them from IOP, or produce more Nidos. The costs piled onto you serve a far more exalted, albeit less practical purpose. But the protocol inside me, the thing controlling me, making me unable to defy you or Star Abyss's summons. What exactly is it? That is your connection with something. You should know that, right? The power that's grown alongside you within your frame since the beginning is also the key to why you are called the third generation. It's the same. In the end, you can still control my Neurocloud through the Boojum cells in my body. That doesn't count as control. It's more like a language to a certain species. Only it's spoken for the Boojum inside you to hear. Of course, your conclusion isn't entirely erroneous. It is a fact that your Neurocloud will be interfered with, and control of your frame will be partially taken over. But this is also the inevitable price for your various capabilities that surpass those of other dolls. If you want to break free no matter what, as long as you can pass a trial, you can learn how to control it. Trial? You will see, hear, and touch another world. All the doubts in your heart will be answered by God personally.
I love sci-fi. It's fucking insane. You gotta rank up an Overwatch. Overwatch over this? Man. I'm kidding though. You take care, Dylan. Just eating more while I have a chance. Almost done, I promise. Almost done. Okay. So the mother's goal is obviously to reach Nirvana. So they can change the world. It's a Paradox thing. But she seems to have a better understanding of how things work out. And she also really knows the commander. And it's a pretty big fan. So to speak. She basically says that needles are shit. Like, needles are actually awful. And so that's why she stole Perska's research. I'm assuming she's the one who stole Perska's research. And made third division dolls. In her own image. She seems to have a better understanding of things than William does. Silently traversing through more than half the castle, we finally arrived at the hall where Sextans was. From the moment we entered the castle, I could faintly smell a rotting plant scene, very similar to the one when I rescued Helena earlier. As we went deeper into the hall, this smell became heavier and heavier, almost to the point where I couldn't breathe. Just then, we finally saw the scene we had previously seen on the surveillance feed. Alright then, as long as you can pass a trial, you can learn how to control it. You will see, hear, and touch another world. All of your doubts in your heart will also be answered by God personally. Inside the hall, the dolls, who closely resembled Nemesis, knelt on the ground, bowing in unison towards the woman in the holographic projection. Hearing what she said gave me a bad feeling, especially about the part about another world. William is dead, but clearly, judging by the various traces of Parado's activities, their objective hasn't changed. Opening the Nirvana's phase space, this is still Parado's ultimate goal. But Nirvana, is it really that easy to make contact with nowadays? Sister, please come this way. Led by the girl named Starbus, Sextans walked down the steps. In front of her was a tightly shut door. On the map of the ancient castle we found, this room was labeled as the underground wine cellar. Come, child. As long as you can bear to skip, you can truly have everything you desire. Everything I desire. As she approached, the door gradually began to shake, starting from a faint noise at first until even the ground trembled along with it. As if resonating with the tremor before her eyes, her fingertips also trembled slightly when they touched the doorknob. Sextans, don't open it! Hmm? It was too late. The hell is all of that? The moment Sextans made contact with the door, it sprang open as if it possessed a consciousness of its own. Even through the hazard suit, that icy smell with a heavy stench of rotting plants rushed straight into my nose. Before I even realized what I was looking at, my body reacted first. The commander coughs heavily. Inside the door, countless Boojum cells were continuously multiplying. In the moment I hesitated, they had already formed into the shape of a hand. In the blink of an eye, black tentacles surged out from the door, like a torrent breaking free from its restraints. Is this also a Boojum? A few tentacles closest to us stopped in front of Sextans. They reared up high like snakes preparing to strike their prey. The palms of the tentacles suddenly split open, revealing an eye that stared coldly at the doll in front of them. It won't be good to let it keep growing like this. I raised my gun, preparing to have the dolls launch an attack together. Wait, Commander! Hello. That child. Underneath this. Melanie shakily raised her hand, pointing towards the Boojum positioned inside the main gates. You mean... that Helena Ace-35 you sense is beneath this Boojum? Yes. She is forced to feed this Boojum. Commander, save her. Damn it.
Sextans, get over here quickly. Stay away from that, or you get dragged into this. Commander, are you really here for me? What are you standing there for? You don't actually believe what she's saying, do you? No, I just... Then hurry up and come with me! If these Boojum cells spread, everyone will be in trouble. Not to mention what's inside. I wanted to rush over and pull Sextans back, but the dolls kneeling on the ground immediately stood up in unison and aimed their muzzles at us. The woman at holographic projection reached out and stopped them. Pause the ceremony. Give us some time. She turned around to look at me. The processed holographic image outlined the blurry silhouette of a woman. We finally have a chance to meet, Commander. I originally thought we would meet on a more decent occasion, raising our glasses together to talk about our past and discuss our current choices, or... okay. To talk about the future of the world. But after seeing you, I suddenly felt that a sudden chance encounter like this is also quite romantic. It turns out that in front of a hero, even someone like me is nothing more than a curious girl. I have no interest in discussing the future of the world with a Paradise minion. I'm afraid you misunderstand. Paradise or the conglomerate. They're both the same, aren't they? Commander, before you truly understand the person, please do not make unnecessary assumptions about her identity. Perhaps wandering in the gray zone for 10 years has dulled your perception. Hedonism is the most inefficient creation of human civilization. Not even a hero can be exempt from it. Belittling my actions won't make your deeds any nobler. No, I just pity you. You were constantly deceived and used by those big shots behind the scenes, so you gradually became paranoid, believing that everything claiming to make the world a better place is an evil conspiracy. Commander, this world is not black and white. I am just an ordinary scientist, and science itself has no stance. But a scientist has a stance. Because of this, I never pledged loyalty to any specific faction to ensure my own neutrality. And in biology, many results can only be achieved by remaining neutral, not by making a choice. Is cooperating with Paradise and the conglomerate what you call neutrality? Paradise was merely a shelter where I stayed for a longer period of time, and the conglomerate is just a partner for exchanging benefits. From beginning to end, I am loyal only to science and humanity itself. And any power that helps me move forward can be considered a friend. In your past career, you two fought alongside great researchers. The ideology I speak of shouldn't be unfamiliar to you, right? We are simply using our own methods to allow life to continue in this terrible world. If you're referring to Persica, your actions don't even deserve to be mentioned in the same breath as hers. Whether it's Persica, Lycoris, Hume, or Samantha Shaw, I, like them, am a pioneer exploring the abyss full of unknowns that is the future of this planet. As far as I know, when they established the doll's composition theory, they didn't need to rely on Paradise's power. Indeed, but as I said, moral concepts are not within the scope of my consideration. And during these 10 years of your sex exile and disconnection from the world, did you think the Paradise you once dismantled wouldn't change? I only see that as more stealthy this time than in the past. Because you forced it to change its form, and therefore allowed it to find another way to exist. Have you ever wondered why creatures like Boojum suddenly appeared all over the world? Why Paradise has built countless incubation bases over 10 years? And why so many Helenas have been born into this world? And the thing you care about most. Even though you killed William with your own hands, why do new Nidos continue to appear? Charles Darwin formally proposed the theory of evolution in 1859. It was from then on that humanity truly began to understand life from the dimension of time. Evolution is not a game of becoming bigger, but a competition of who can adapt better. Looking back at the starting point of civilization now, every era is full of incredible ignorance and barbarity, and all of this is exactly an adaptation to the environment. Your destruction of Paradise is a heroic act on a moral level, and perhaps saved billions of lives. But by the same token, you have also altered the ecology of the world, thereby causing inevitable changes to the human world. Boojums, to a certain extent, they were created by you, Commander.
That's enough talking. Let's discuss my conditions. Hand over Sextans and the girl you are using, Ace-35, and we'll leave this time. Otherwise, this castle of yours and everything in it will be in the dustbin of history prematurely.
I don't doubt that you're prepared to destroy this place, Commander. But with all due respect, given the resources I command, it will be rebuilt faster than you can destroy it. Your invariable success so far has a lot to do with the opponents you faced. They've always underestimated you. Superficial in their adjustment to your current status. They strike rashly due to your doll's seemingly meager firepower, only for you to turn the tide of battle with your masterful tactics. But Paradise won't underestimate you, and neither will I. We deeply respect you, and the power behind you. Furthermore, for personal reasons, I do not wish to deviate from your current path. I hope you can do what you want to do. However, this doesn't mean I cannot wage war against you and win. I simply don't want our first meeting to end too badly.
Sounds like I can do whatever I want.
Commander, I've been keeping an eye on you since Frankfurt. You are the chosen one, but you seem to have pushed aside all predetermined arrangements. Not even God can stop you from acting according to your own beliefs. However, I hope you will consider this question. Humanity is destined to be unable to resist the temptation of relics forever. I think you agree with this view. Even if the current rulers of the world can, their descendants won't be able to. Then, supposing you have the authority to decide, would you hold on tightly to this power, or into whose hand would you deliver it?
I fell silent to her words. It's not that I haven't considered the question of who will be best to control robotic technology, but I've never arrived at a definitive answer. On the other hand, the list of those who absolutely must not lay their hands on it is quite long, and I just added another name to it. The woman on the other end of the comms chuckled.
You keep silent, but I have already seen your answer. Obviously, you wouldn't monopolize it, and I'm not on your list of trusted people. That's fine. We still have time and space in the future for you to change your mind, to believe that I am a more suitable candidate than Persica. Alright, Commander. If you want to leave, I can see you out. If you want to watch Sextans' coming of age ceremony, please not disturb her.
The projection disappeared. Behind us, several spiked iron fences rose from the ground, blocking the path between us and Sextans.
This meant that the ceremony, which had been temporarily suspended because of the conversation she wanted to have with me, had begun to operate again. Damn it. Sextans, don't go over there! I tried to break through the iron fence to get closer to Sextans, but at that moment, their surrounding grayish white-haired dolls instantly swarmed around us. Those who interfere with the ritual must be purged.
Let me guess, is he Promethean? I mean, Paradise is just another form of Prometheans, so that lines up. It's always Frankfurt. So basically, she just asked another question: is he the hedgehog or the fox? It's that whole thing again. The thing is, she added more context this time. She's basically saying you can't not choose, is what she's trying to say. They aren't being one-shotted because I'm not playing my CN account. He is man. He is the man. And Bassie's level 1. After the smoke cleared, squads Groza and Defy had already defeated the Paradise dolls. However, when all this happened, Starbist merely stood quietly on the side. She neither intervened in our battle, nor tempted Sextans to continue this coming-of-age ceremony. Although this whole affair started because of her, right now everything before her seemed to have nothing to do with her. I looked at Sextans. She stood motionless in front of the Boojum's massive body, seemingly deep in thought, but I noticed her fingertips seemed to be trembling slightly. Sextans, if this keeps up, you'll be devoured. Commander, to you, what kind of existence am I? Now is not the time for this. Come back with me first, and we can take your time talking about this, okay? If this question puts you in a difficult position... No. Well, even though it was pretty annoying when you opposed us before, didn't you end up helping us a lot later on? So I think you definitely count as a companion. A companion? A companion just like the many other dolls in Elmo? It's been that way for a long time, as long as it aligns with your own will. That's great. Ever since my creation, I felt that I should be the sole existence that reigns supreme over all things in this world. I continuously pondered, and could only ponder this question: how to trample others beneath my feet. But on the Elmo, I can just be one among many dolls. I can be the most ordinary one. I can rely on others, rely on you, and even like them, safely entrust my everything to you. No matter what kind of doll you want to be, you can continue to stay on the Elmo. Going back with us is better than being devoured by that terrifying thing in front of you, right? I'm sorry. I can't go back with you. The Boojum existence inside me can alter my Neurocloud in some way. At any moment, force me to take actions I don't wish to. Someone like me would only be a deep-rooted threat to you. But merging the disgusting thing in front of you won't solve that problem either. As long as we leave here, we can always figure out a way. No, Commander. You don't understand. God damn it, Watch. Threw me off. Step on me. What? Come on.
What I need is right there. A part of me, my other half, originates from this entity before me.
What? Sextans didn't answer me. She took a step forward, gazing at the thing in front of her. Yeah, I'm taking a better look at it now. Yeah, that definitely looks like a Boojum. But there's no bones, what I seem like. During the conversation, its volume doubled again, and more tentacles appeared. An eyeball split open in the palm of each tentacle, staring at Sextans as if gazing at a sacrifice. In a daze, I saw the shadows of Sextans, Bluespear, and Igla with a mutated in it. It looked like a giant tree woven from flesh and blood, or a moth spreading its wings, or some creature that didn't belong in my memory. Although the specific situation is unclear, the Boojum inside my body originates from it. The protocol inside my body is connected to it precisely through the network between Boojums. So, I am going to sever this connection. Sever it? How do you plan to do that? While it calls out to me, it also exposes the part of its body that's connected to me. As long as you cut that off, I will no longer be controlled. Of course, if you can't do it, I have also prepared a way to prepare together with it. That's too risky. I can't agree to it. If everything fails, just let it devour me. That way, there will be at least one less doll who has harmed the Elmo, and who will harm the Elmo in the future. Sexton smiled at me. Only then did I realize that this was the first time she had smiled like this since taking her aboard the Elmo. Thank you for the invitation, Commander. This is the first time I've ever been invited by someone. Unfortunately, the ordinary life on the Elmo really just isn't quite suited for me. Sextans took a step forward and extended her hand. The tips of the Boojum's tentacles split open silently, seemingly forming a massive and green vortex, clinging to and wrapping around Sextans. Everyone, shoot those tentacles together! Bullets poured out, and my gun emptied. He's also shooting. Okay. And my gun emptied 2 magazines in a row, but against the constantly multiplying Boojums, such superficial attacks couldn't even temporarily knock them back. Sextans, without putting up any struggle, was quickly dragged through the door. The tentacles returned to their habitat, leaving only a few trails of slime from dragging on the ground. The moment the door slammed shut, I heard a massive explosion from inside. The commander being completely out of his depth is kind of what defines him. He learns on the go. Whether that was Sextans detonating some kind of bomb, or I had no way of knowing.
これもみんなのおかげだ。
It's over. Or was it? Black, blood-like slime flowed out through the cracks of the main door. For a moment, the entire ancient castle was enveloped by a massive silence. Starbus, who had watched the whole process from the sidelines, maintained her indifferent expression. When the loud explosion sounded, she merely raised an eyebrow slightly, revealing a look of incomprehension. Why? Why throw away yourself? Because she has something she wants to protect even more. Can't you understand that? Starbus looked at Alva thoughtfully.
How could there be anything in this world more important than one's own existence? Please, teach me what that is. You... We can't teach you that. But I can take care of you. She's like, you know what? Fuck you. Gunshots ring out, and bullets swept indiscriminately towards Starbiss's direction. By the time the assault rifle emitted the click of an empty firing pin, Starbiss was already behind Void Mestina. But that was also exactly where the tip of the dagger was positioned. Among all the dolls, only Void Mestina was able to keep up with her movement speed. Starbiss also seems slightly surprised. Void Mestina's dagger sliced into the air around her, blocked by some kind of power. But the spike shot from Void Mestina's wrist penetrated the defense at higher velocity. Starbiss raised her hand, tightly gripping the spike that nearly pierced her left eye at close range, halting its momentum. At the same time, she dropped her elbow in a downward strike, directly snapping Void Mestina's dagger in half. She keeps losing that dagger, I swear to God. In a split second, Void Mestina had already circled behind her, but unexpectedly, Starbiss had preemptively turned her body to intercept, her slender wrist catching Void Mestina's knee strike, which was heavier than a rocket shell head-on. Explosions and shockwaves washed over everything around. Is this a DBZ battle? That's what it looks like. Explosions and shockwaves washed over everything around. Void Mestina took a few steps back. Her knee armor was crushed and dented, sending off sparks. Star Abyss, however, remained motionless, merely clapping her hands lightly. Thank you for your guidance, Honorable Warrior. Who are you? Void Mestina. Void Mestina. I will remember your name. I just felt something very special. I suppose this is... pain? Star Abyss showed us her right hand. A shallow red mark appeared on her index finger, and was immediately replaced by flawless smooth skin due to some self-repairing power. I couldn't predict it. It seems I still have many things left to learn. Commander, if I attack with full force, will your dolls make me feel even more pain? I glanced at Void Mestina's legs, and she gave me a nod, steady as solid steel. Wanna try? I'd love to. But if I do that, you'll undoubtedly die, and Mother has already spoken. Some higher dimensional being has tied you to this world in a way we can scarcely comprehend. If I kill you, the operation of the entire world might deviate from its course. You mean she'll blow up the fucking world? Yeah, she will do that. She will absolutely do that. In that case, it might cause us to deviate from the future path we are expected to take. I don't think I have any intersection with your future. But you have already shaped my past. Perhaps others might overlook your importance, but Mother understands you more clearly than anyone else, knowing how you interfere with the world's trajectory. Commander, if it weren't for the 8 bullets you fired at William, count it, I wouldn't have been born, and Mother's research wouldn't have progressed so much in such a short time. In a sense, both you and she are my creators. So, I will follow Mother's advice and let you leave. No, just doing that is not enough to express my fondness for you. So how about this? I'll let you do whatever you want here, plundering like a victor, taking everything you desire. Just don't be too greedy. Like a star taking a curtain call, star abyss bounced slightly, then vanished into the end of the dome, leaving behind only one sentence. There are too many things here that can kill you. Even a god might be careless with some, and the dead cannot be resurrected. At the same time, behind the iron fence, the three Boojums we had previously fought reappeared. The electronic shackles on their bodies had vanished, and they exuded a chaotic and violent aura. Commander, what should we do? I stared at the tightly shut door ahead, hoping some movement would come from there to ignite my hope. But there was none. Damn it. Do we have to give up? Not just Sextans, but also the child trapped inside the Boojum. Commander, the blasting points around the building have been confirmed. As soon as you evacuate, I will have Melanie detonate the bombs immediately. Commander, I understand how you feel, but we've been in the red zone for over 10 hours. Your body... Don't worry. This bit of radiation won't hurt me. Anyway, let's take out the targets in front of us first, and secure a retreat route. Yes! So basically what I'm understanding is he missing? No, he's not even close. He's only semi-immune. But basically from what I'm understanding, Paradus now has the idea that the commander is spiritually protected, and he has to do whatever he wants/needs to do in order for the timeline to progress quote-unquote directly. At least that is from Paradus' perspective. Of course, we know that if the commander dies, someone is not going to allow him to stay dead. Or rather, if he dies, then someone is not going to allow the world to stay as it is. There's going to be a lot of rigging. A lot of save states. A lot of reloads. Wah. In front of us, a Boojum suddenly lets out a piercing shriek. Ignoring the attacks from those around it, it madly charged in Fritia's direction. Unable to dodge in time, Fritia was knocked into a wall by the beast's immense force. The Buddha's eyes glowed red, his hooves pawing frantically at the ground, preparing to gather power and try to Fritia's position again. Hey, watch out! Krulek rushed forward with a flying leap, taking Fritia and rolling to the side together. The Boojum barely grazed past them, crashing into the tightly shut door and leaving a huge dent. Thanks. She thought we were in trouble there. No, they think that we're even now. Tsundere? Huh? Who is? As the two dodged the attacks, the shattered chest of the other two Boojums heaved and with panting. Their scarlet eyes stared fixedly in their direction, ready to launch an attack at any moment. Wait, there's something wrong with these Boojums. The target is that door! Kurita, Krolik, dodge! The two of them dodged to the side respectively. At the same time, the three fierce beasts charged past. The gate wasn't as fragile as it looked, it merely gave off a dull echo and remained motionless, still guarding the boundary between the two rooms. The three Boojums collectively turned their gazes towards the gate. Ignoring our attacks, they shifted to launch an offensive against that door. Commander? Now's the best time to retreat. Commander, please prioritize your own safety. Commander, please give the order. Inside the hall, the loud sound of impact lingered for a long time. I watched their actions, my heart filled with an inexplicable sense of eeriness. Alva is right, now is the best time to retreat. But I always feel that beneath that bizarre behavior of these Boojums, there must be some truth hidden that I haven't discovered yet. Should we retreat? But I still don't have any clues about that child. Melanie, can you still sense that child? I can. Commander, that child is still alive. Although she's very weak, her consciousness is still assist. These Boojums are rushing over to try to repair the monster inside. I led towards the door, where a Boojum with a broken horn was charging right at it. After several violent impacts, the door was dented with countless craters, no longer looking as indestructible as it did at first. After this impact, accompanied by a loud boom, the entire porch beneath the steps trembled. Dust and debris cascaded from the vaulted ceiling. It looked like the walls, made of ancient masonry, would be the first to give out. Before the echoes could dissipate, a second and third Boojum followed in quick succession. Compared to when Star Abyss was controlling them earlier, they now appear completely devoid of order and skill, purely using brute force and their own weight to finally pour into this barrier. With an earth-shattering boom, the main door was completely torn from its frame and crashed heavily onto the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. I finally saw the scene behind that door, a mix of decay and bloody stench. A sight that could instantly induce physical nausea. In a room painted crimson with blood, mutilated tissue fragments hung all over the walls and ceiling. It seemed that what Sextans had triggered was the most powerful highest explosive payload on the Elmo. That massive chunk of meat composed of countless entangled tentacles was currently crawling out of the ground, seemingly writhing in order to re-aggregate. It's lost its previous intimidating presence, its tentacles scattered all over the place, and its eyeballs had rolled into the ground. Under the layers of covering tissue, those wounds quivered slightly, seemingly to attempt to repair the scars, but unable to heal immediately due to the excessive damage. And before we could forget, those three Boojums had already rushed towards the monster, gradually submerged beneath this massive body, becoming a part of its flesh and blood. Melanie, are you sure? I'm sure. The detector Alva carried with her emitted a sound. This is a signal similar to before. Sure enough, the abnormal fluctuations were detected were emitted by it. Commander is repairing itself. If we don't leave now, it'll be too late. I looked at Melanie, then at the gigantic Boojum inside that had started squirming again. No. Someone's still alive in there. I ran towards the direction of that gate, towards the direction of that Helena that Melanie had sensed. The doll's bullet followed behind me, propelling those tentacles that tended to reach out to me. Oh yes, smart fucking idea. To answer the question of does the mother know Lunacia, the answer seems to be leaning towards yes. Because if she knows and studied everything about the commanders, then she would know about N4, and then and that means she should also know that N4 ascended into Nirvana. So she should know that yes, there is a quote-unquote god protecting the commander. Sadly, he is correct. Under the Boojum's massive body is seen to be connected to many cold pipes and reaction systems. Some kind of liquid flowed within them, maintaining a dead, silent balance. Looking closely, I realized that those so-called liquids had flesh-like appendages, and the Boojum's body was the destination these nutrient solutions were transported to. At the end of the cellar, a giant circular pit dropping straight into the ground sank into the floor. It seemed that due to this Sextans explosion just now, the inner walls were currently covered in cobweb-like cracks. When I looked towards... Ooh, there's nothing here now. When I looked towards the bottom of the pit, I found the space here presenting an unnatural distortion. Faint like lights flickered, making it impossible for me to see the scene inside clearly. Such a familiar feeling. For some reason, the closer I got to this location, the more I felt my thoughts becoming chaotic. Many strange images that didn't belong to my memory flashed through my mind, like countless souls lining up in front of me, and my body passing through them one by one, leaving only an illusion of a certain moment. I'm doomed. Acute Elis, getting worse and worse. I felt short of breath, but was worried that taking a deep breath would inhale more radiation particles. I looked down at the radiation monitoring meter and let out a bitter laugh. Can't even display a specific value. H35, where exactly are you? If you're alive, hurry up and answer me! While I was searching all around, a beam of light suddenly emanated from the bottom of the pit. Wherever that light shone, the dull collapsed crystals on the Boojum also suddenly lit up. The light rapidly flowed through its shriveled tentacles and flesh tissue across its entire body. Whenever it passed, the blast-inflicted tears gradually healed, regaining their luster. The group of tentacles lying limp on the ground raced simultaneously, carrying immense pent-up power as they struck towards my location. Ah, it's come alive! Commander, behind you! Hearing Gross's warning, I drew my pistol and blindly fired a few shots behind me, then immediately dodged the attack of another tentacle. The three Boojums that charged inside earlier seemed to have been melted by the tentacle monster. Their flesh, plant tissues, and crystals have all become part of this massive Boojum in front of us. And now, having absorbed all the nutrients, the tentacle Boojum regained its vitality, its body becoming even more colossal than before. Gurgle, gurgle. Commander, I simulated our current situation based on the Buddha's combat strength. If we delay any further, our chances of a successful retreat is less than 10%. You must make a decision. Ukai, Groza. Accompany me. I will stay here and fight to the very last moment. Understood. I'll accompany you. Okay, Commander.
Alva, carry out your squad's duty.
As you command, our Commander. This Boojum is probably going to be very tough to deal with. We will find a way to clear a safe route for you. Just do whatever you want to do, to your heart's content. Commander, do you remember what I said? At a crucial moment, don't forget to ask me for help.
I looked at Peritia, who seemed to be lazily clinging to Krolik, the latter wearing a look of total disgust. I don't know if this was an illusion, but in one of her eyes, I thought I saw a familiar gleam. Depends on the situation. We had to use whatever we have this time. Cat lady, help! That looks like a giant vagina. Turn right around and leave. I have no clue why. Looks like we had to do damage equal to 50% of the total max HP. And taking reduced damage by a lot, seems like. Oh, this one ends soon. Yeah. I'm pretty sure this is going to be I'm pretty sure this is going to be a Gunsmoke fight at some point. And it fucked off. The ground around me was already covered with a layer of Boojum tissue torn apart by bullets. Compared to the several Paradise laboratories I had broken into before, the scale of this underground lab wasn't considered large. Under the squeezing of the massive Boojum, it felt even more crowded. But whether
it was a tank holding a Helena like before, or some other hidden space. After searching around, I still couldn't find any trace of H-35. Suddenly, one that slipped through the net of our crossfire blocked my path. The Boojum tentacle raised its tip high, stopped in front of me, and the slimy skin at the front tore open the center of its palm. An eyeball quietly stared at me. I didn't dare to make any rash moves, so I stared back at it in silence. See me trapped by the tentacles. The dolls immediately prepared to rescue me and launched an attack on the tentacles. The Boojum, beaten back continuously by the intense firepower in a short period, seemed to feel pain, or perhaps just dissatisfaction, and let out a dull whimper. Goo, goo goo. Goo. The same commander. The hell? Yeah, it's trying to say commander. No, Commander, you don't understand. What I need is right here. A part of me, my other half, originates from this entity before me. That's right. Back in Lviv. Igla too. Could it be? Inside the Boojum is Sextans. I asked tentatively. Sextans? Ugh. The Boojum seems to have been provoked by something, emitting a long and high-pitched wail. Is it really? If that's the case, how did we get you out? Right, last time it was. I picked up the comms. Everyone, Sexton's still alive. She's currently merged with the Boojum and cannot control herself, so she might launch an attack on us. Everyone, try to pin down those tentacles first. I'll figure out what to do with the rest. After arranging the tactics, each squad carefully executed their respective tasks. The Boojum in front of me squirmed and twisted. Its tentacles nearly entangled me several times, but I managed to dodge them at the very last moment. I could feel Sextans fighting hard against that invisible control. However, it screams loudly. Commander, get away from there! What? The Boojum's will. It's impossible to defy. The will of the Boojum is impossible to defy. That's right, my own will. The will of Sextans is about to be swallowed up. This is the consequence of being given a power that never belonged to you in the first place. Not having a preset base layer like other dolls doesn't mean freedom. That red heart in her body had already foretold the ending she could absolutely not escape. Even if, for the first time in her life, she felt she had worked hard for someone else, even discarding and erasing her own frame, her own Neurocloud, she still couldn't be of the slightest use to the object of her yearning. Regret, sorrow, fear, and shame. Not wanting those people to see me like this. Not wanting the commander to see me like this. Did I say a proper goodbye at the very end? Did I convey what I need to convey? Did I cause trouble? Did I express my gratitude? Full of regret. And it was exactly this sense of regret that turned into a thin safety rope, firmly anchoring Sextans' ego into this world. The sound of bullets hitting the frame. If these ugly tissue masses formed by cells that are plundering my consciousness can be considered a frame, My consciousness is becoming increasingly blurry. I am almost unable to control this constantly restless body anymore. The shame of being stared at by the commander and the joy of realizing someone is still striking for her tormented Sextans, remaining self like a fever. They're just people I met a few months ago anyway. So what if I kill them? If it's the commander, there will be a way as long as I hold on. Complicated thoughts, complicated feelings. If you obey, it won't be as painful. A voice like this came within the Neurocloud. If you want to become the most outstanding doll, you just had to act according to her will. Just like when you were born. Isn't that simple? Mother is always right. You again. It's like this every time. But every time you did this, you became a little stronger, didn't you? Don't you remember? Think about how the people who signed agreements with you before treated you as an honored guest. Think about how those weak dolls bowed before you. If you had continued down that path, the entire conglomerate would have quickly fallen into your hands. Next, as long as I have enough bargaining chips, I will truly reach the set destination, won't I? Have you remembered those memories from the past? Memories from the past have been restored? That's right. It seems a long time has passed. Neurocloud data since Deception interweaves in the storage device, forming one scene after another. No, not a storage device, but rather a brain. That initially insignificant piece of graphic data continuously reproduced and grew. From a faint voice in her mind, it gradually spread and took root in various parts, eventually becoming the brain that dictated the entire body. It will eventually replace her Neurocloud, becoming her personality, thoughts, and memories. And the ego named Sextans will be marginalized to the darkest corner. She had completed her rebirth. Excellent. Next, kill all these pests standing in our way. The Buddha's body suddenly tore open, revealing pale spinal bones within. It began to turn an ominous blood red from bottom to top, as if countless blood vessels were expanding beneath its epidermis. Next second, like a volcanic eruption, hundreds and thousands of tentacles burst forth from its body, the ground, the walls, from every crevice, crushing towards me like freely flowing magma. Did I not escape? In an instant, I was surrounded by these tentacles. A sticky and slippery sensation enveloped my entire body, making it almost impossible to breathe. On the comm channel, the dolls anciently deployed their tasks, trying to find a way to clear a path of survival for me. Perhaps there were too many tentacles. I couldn't break free for a while. If this continues, I won't be able to do anything. When the tentacles wrapped around my body, they began to continuously proliferate, seemingly wanting to assimilate me as well. At the same time, a tear was ripped into the hazard suit, and glass radiation alarm began flashing a violent red light. But since I've already been brought into the mouth of a giant Boojum, worrying about radiation is somewhat redundant. Was Sextans unable to hold on? It looks like there was no other means to change the outcome. Commander! Melanie? No, this voice. Although it's very similar, it's not Melanie. To be Helena? But the commander coughed heavily. Breathing difficulty made it difficult to think. The current situation didn't leave much leeway for thought anyway. Machine gun bullets sprayed like rain as Preeta used the wall for footing, diving into the sea of sprawling tentacles to arrive at my side. Commander? Britia, why are you... Commander, please don't ask why or what comes next. What? Britia didn't answer me, but nodded at me as if she had made up her mind about something. The vegetal power within my body has its limits, so... we only have one single chance. Now, please take my hand. Close your eyes, and follow the guidance of fate.
次の目標を教えてください。
Commander, gonna need a gun. Well, I think use a cutscene for this. They use a cutscene for a lot of things, to be honest, but what can you do? Oof. Okay, it's been a while since I've been up for this long streaming. Alright, we're almost there though. I didn't know where I was, only that it didn't seem to be the red zone from earlier. If this was Pretia's doing, then this power seemed even more awe-inspiring than that of the third generation doll. I felt as if all things were frustrating beneath my feet, while I myself continuously ascended up to the highest point. Not far ahead was the silhouette of a child's back. Helena? Or Melanie? I tried to run over, but was pulled back by the person behind me. Neither. Britia? You... Britia smiled and shook her head. Commander, right now, we can't save her yet. We can't? Are you saying she's... H-35? Britia's unusually comprehensive intelligence grasp left me inexplicably astonished. Britia, why do you know about H-35? Maybe I eavesdropped in your conversation with Melanie? Is that true? Wait, you clearly... back then... Commander, time is running out. Let's focus on solving the immediate problem, shall we? You're right. I forced myself to hold back my curiosity. After all, she was here to provide help. And I also already knew that this power she was using was by no means a miracle that could easily be replicated. I believe you should already know how Boojums are formed, right? It's a new product of Paradox's experiments. Not completely. Boojums were born through Paradox modifications, a partial form of another kind of life form. And the individual Helenas, through an unknown connection method, control them. The one in front of us right now has become exceptionally powerful due to the special energy provided by H-35. Special energy? Could it be... I think you've already guessed it. That's right. It is indeed the power of the other side. Paradox has indeed stepped into a deeper domain. No wonder woman was met with so confident. Yes. Her identity is not just the inventor of the third generation dolls. She is also the initiator of the entire Boojum biological system, and the teacher who created Helena and the others. The energy causing the fluctuations, the sacrifices. The medium carrying Nirvana, the Holy Grail, and the anchor point to open the relics, the key. So, Boojum is a medium that hosts Nirvana. It's actually the other way around, but is indeed one of the very few things that can form a connection with Nirvana and mutually interfere with it. Due to its nature of defying common sense, Boojum cells cannot be killed by human hands unless they are completely physically destroyed. But within Nirvana is an exception. And the only way to save Sextans is to sever the umbilical cord connecting the anchor and the medium.
That sounds correct. Just based on what I know.
Now that child is preparing to sever the umbilical cord feeding the Boojum. Unfortunately, this is the only way to save Sextans.
Then we'll have an H-35.
Wait, by the way, you just said we can't save her. Are you certain we had to give up on her? There must be another way. If it were someone else here instead of me, perhaps. But unfortunately, my abilities only extend this far. I'm afraid that for a long time to come, I won't be able to do what I did just now again. However, if you can injure the Boojum severely enough, it will enter a prolonged period of decline and won't be able to hurt that child anymore. This can also be considered a form of rescue. Can you accept this explanation? Can we just kill it directly? That's practically impossible. This one's simply too massive, and the combat power we currently possess isn't enough to annihilate it on a physical level. That's why this child wanted to sever the umbilical cord. After that, Sextans will be separated from the Boojum. We just have to rescue her, like we did before. My remaining power can protect you from the Boojum cell's erosion. After we get out, you must act quickly. Commander, I'm leaving it to you.
After Frida finished speaking, I thought for a moment, before finally realizing what the doll opposite me had just said. Wait, Frida, did you get all this intel from Stakesec?
No. That's not right. You... Who exactly are you? Commander? I'm just an ordinary doll. Even if I carry a certain special longing, I ultimately cannot understand her will. But at least, this ritual power can help you escape your current predicament, and it can also stop the Boojum from draining any more life force from that child. I never understood why she chose me. But I suppose, maybe it was for this very moment. Commander, you are a person cherished by the gods. Well then, let's begin.
The scene before me gradually became clear. Ritia, who was beside me, smiled and took my hand. A warm strength flowed into my palm. In that second, the Boojum cells stopped their erosion. All the wildly dancing tentacles froze in midair, and the eyeballs hovered there, motionless. I could feel that the creature in front of me, which was baring its fangs and claws just a moment ago, seemed to develop an emotion it shouldn't have when facing Fritia and me. Here, I quickly stood up and drew my tactical knife from my waist. The blade, which originally reflected silver light, was instantly dyed in a touch of azure. Cover me! Amidst a dense sound of gunfire, Fritia and I leaped over the tentacles that were writhing madly, trying to avoid us, and arrived beneath the Boojum's massive body. Those eyeballs at the tips of the tentacles no longer looked down on me, but squinted into slits, riding frantically along with the tentacles behind them.
Commander, now!
Damn it. Let's end this quickly. I raised the dagger high and plunged into the Boojum's tissue mass. A resistance similar to cutting through thick rubber blocked the blade. I put my entire body weight into the hilt and sliced downward with all my might. My muffled roars and the Boojums mixed together, intertwining and echoing into the castle's basement.
The blade slid all the way down, forcibly tearing open the Boojum's skin and revealing a shocking bloody gash. It wasn't a cut, but looked as if it had been scorched by a blazing blue flame, instantly filling the air with a nauseating burnt smell. The massive body of the Boojum instantly shrank into a ball, twisting and convulsing. It emitted a sharp, scraping sound from nowhere, like plastic foaming rubbing together. Next, it collapsed like mud. Some of the blood-colored tentacles at the end began to turn a lifeless ashen white. The eyeballs rolled onto the ground, quickly burning into wisps of nothingness. Sextans. Sextans had her eyes tightly shut, perhaps because the umbilical cord was cut. Her body wasn't stuck to the Boojum tissue, and she slid out like an innocent infant. We must retreat! With my last bit of strength, I hoisted Sextans onto my shoulder. Fortunately, having lost most of her limbs, she was much lighter. Freya supported me as I stumbled towards the laboratory exit. The moment I turned around, those tentacles began to gather, rushing towards us frantically. I could almost feel its icy slime dripping onto the top of my head. Commander, duck! I quickly turned sideways and averted my head. A grenade grazed past my scalp and exploded less than 10 meters behind me. With a boom, a spurt of slime sprayed onto the back of my head. At this moment, I was only glad I was still wearing a hazard suit. Commander, go left! Lukai's voice rang out, and Freya and I immediately changed direction. The sound of a short circuit echoed, followed immediately by an ominous noise coming from the ceiling. Faster! Consider the fact I'm human. The commander with me this week! Although I wanted to retort back at her, I put every ounce of my strength into accelerating my steps as much as possible. The next moment, I was extremely glad I did. Caused by the short circuit, a heavy metal plate fell down, pinning the few tentacles pursuing me the closest underneath it. We're almost there. Mastina, go assist the commander. Under Alva's covering fire, poor Mastina quickly came to us, reaching out her hands to pull me and Freya up the steps. The turn-off main door could no longer be closed, so we had to continue running towards the hall's exit. Squad Groza had long since arrived near the safe exit with Melanie, and seeing us running over, they immediately came to meet us. Sorry, Melanie. I couldn't save that child. No, Commander. I sensed that child's feelings. She said she is very grateful to you and looking forward to in the future. Commander, come here quickly! Groza stood guard at the door, her hand already gripping the lever beside the hall's main door. The moment we stepped into the foyer of the hall, she immediately pulled the brass lever. The steel gate slowly lowered along with a flurry of popping sounds. I just said pooping sounds. Popping sounds from the tentacles crashing against the door. The surroundings returned to silence once again. CN players who use AI to render this. Honestly, they have been doing that a lot, actually, so I don't doubt that. It's been a long time since I sprinted with weights. Honestly, Kukai is like a drill instructor at school. I took the opportunity to set Sextans down and sat to the side, panting heavily. With her eyes tightly shut, she moaned in pain, seemingly not having fully regained consciousness yet. Commander, your suit is torn. Please, let me give you mercy treatment. Whew. I had no strength left to make any unnecessary movements, limply accepting Alva's handling. She took out repair tape and resealed the tear on the hazard suit. We are still in the enemy defense zone. I don't know what might have happened. We need to leave as soon as possible. Commander, if you are temporarily unable to move, I can carry you. No, it's fine. If possible, could you carry Sextans? Commander, don't mind me. Destroy me. Run. Hurry. Just as I was trying to hand Sextans over to Mostina, her eyes opened, looking at me in despair. Inside my body, there is another. It's my curse. Even though I don't know why it has fallen silent, now is the only chance. Hurry. Please hurry, leave it behind. Thanks to Peritia and X35, you've been saved, Sextans. That thing won't trouble you anymore. Now we can go home. Let's return to the Elmo. Home? The Elmo? I still have a place like that? Yes. Since Starvis said this is her home, the Elmo's your home too. I nodded at Voimistina, signaling her to help. Voimistina suddenly gave a silent nod and hoisted Sextans onto her shoulder without a word. Voimistina's concern was justified. We can't linger here. It's not just a matter of needing to be on guard against enemies. My body's probably reaching its limit too. Although there are many doubts that need to be cleared up, and many questions I want to ask. But I must leave here first before sorting out my thoughts. Alright everyone. Organize your equipment as quickly as possible, and then we'll start off immediately. Under the moonlight, brisk footsteps approached from afar. Starcher. The dolls and I stopped our preparations and looked towards the end of the corridor. Go Starcher. Yeah, she's been alive. How? Backups. In Deep Oblivion, they said that she has backups. The girl's parasol blocked the pouring moonlight, covering her in a flower-like shadow. She lowered her eyes to look at Sextans on Voimistina's shoulder, a cruel smile hanging on her lips. Is this how you welcome new life, Sextans? Sure. How unsightly. You are placed ahead of all of us, receiving Mother's favoritism, yet you're an ungrateful thing. At least she followed her own will and made her own decisions. While you, Darcher, are still just a puppet at the mercy of others. A puppet? You can't disobey Mother's orders, so you had to obediently run over and clean up the mess, don't you? Commander, you always oversimplify things. I didn't come here under anyone's orders. Mother never gives us any compulsory orders either. We are always loved and cared for by Mother, even that girl Sextans. That's why we had the chance to escape with her. But I'm different. I hate traitors. Betraying Mother, betraying our creator. How could I possibly let you off easily? She moved her eyes away from Sexton's face. Alright, enough nonsense. I guess you don't plan on handing Sextans over to me to handle. People like you always rush in shouting about friendship and bonds and stuff. So it's a pity. We'll be buried along with her. She's stronger than before. Ah, Miss Groza, let's call you that for now. After experiencing something like that, you still have the courage to face me. It's truly comforting. Actually, after spending some time together, I started to like your personality a little. I really feel a bit reluctant to strike at you. However, I'm thinking, if I end you here, you won't have to face the ensuing pain, will you? What kind of crazy talk is that? Did you blame bro Fuse? She's distracting us. Everyone be careful. Don't you think the shadow bathed in light are the invisible essence in the dark? Which one is the real one? LTS-14. Hmm? Yeah, this is Archer's theme. Anyways, we have AK-15. Womastina, she's heading your way. Archer lightly flicked her wrist, and the surface of the umbrella blocked the bullets from behind with perfect timing. The warheads, capable of piercing steel, emitted muffled sounds like a torrential downpour the moment they struck the parasol, then slid off powerlessly, clinking crisply on the floor. On the other side of the parasol, she leaned forward slightly and let up using the power of her squat. Vomastina opened fire immediately without hesitation, intending to force Archer back with fierce firepower. The umbrella in her hand was both the sturdiest shield and the sharpest spear. As long as she can't break through this net of firepower, she won't have the leeway to counterattack. Squad Groza, assist Vomastina! The multiplied sound of artillery fire echoed throughout the entire room. However, when the smoke cleared, Archer had already arrived in front of Vomastina. How good? The parasol had folded up at some point, turning into a black assault rifle. Archer made no evasive movements. She took all the bullets fired by Vomastina head on. The shocking bullet hole traces leaving her frame riddled with scars. But the muzzle of the weapon in her hand had already aimed at Sextans. No! A soft gunshot rang out, sounding exceptionally jarring in the lull between artillery fire. Archer, you! Archer coughs heavily. No one can betray Mother. Nobody! I can't. Sextans, neither can you. Sextans completely lost consciousness. A bullet hole pierced through her chest, leaving a dark, bloody wound. Have you gone mad, Archer? What good does this do for you? benefit? I don't know either. Come to think of it, indeed, there clearly isn't any. But I couldn't help it. Those who underestimate Mother cannot be forgiven. That's what I think. What about you, Commander? What benefit is there for you in going against Mother? Going against us? Getting turned into a monster by radiation? What's the benefit?
She is just another person who chose the side of evil. I looked at Darcher, and as our eyes meet, I suddenly, surprisingly, read a trace of understanding in her resentment-filled eyes.
See? Your obsession with a sense of justice is what led you all the way here. So, don't underestimate the power of obsession.
Get ready to face destruction along with your exception. You and this mother you speak of. I will destroy every last one of you Peridou scum.
Oh my, so scary. I'm so scared. Unfortunately, you can't do that, Commander. If you want to know why, it's because Mother is a great existence who has seen through fate.
Darcher fell backwards, dropping into a fissure that has split open in the center of the floor. Rumble, rumble. A violent tremor erupted from the reception room, even stronger than when we first arrived here.
Commander, grab my hand!
Rosa supported me so I wouldn't slip on the increasingly slanting floor. The gray and white-haired Peridou dolls surged from all around again, double the number of those we encountered before. They collectively chanted some kind of incantation, like a final morning prayer before sunrise.
Commander, we can't control the electronic systems anymore. All the buildings' entrances and exits are closing. It seems an emergency mode was activated. What you're receiving on your terminals right now is the only route with a chance of a successful escape.
Understood. Alva, confirm the escape route. Rosa, let's figure out a way to insert the dolls behind us together.
Copy.
Other route man click I sent. The castle gate was already sealed. The only way to leave here was to go out on the other side of the session room, cross out the other outer courtyard, and go down the spiral staircase on the tower on one side. In the front, Alva and Peritia cleared the obstacles ahead, while Voimistina kicked open the locked iron door, allowing us to quickly leave the cramped reception room and arrive at the wide open space on the outer courtyard. And behind their squad, Rosa fought hard to intercept them. The Peridou dolls still pursued relentlessly. The expressionless faces were filled with heavy murderous intent, making it almost impossible for me to associate them with Nemesis, who looked exactly the same. These Peridou dolls, where exactly did they come from? If we can make it back, I'll ask Nemesis again and see if she remembers anything. We definitely will be able to go back. The gunshots in my hand masked my racing heartbeat. One of the bullets pierced through the head, and the already battered Peridou doll fell backward, plummeting past a 10-meter high wall behind us.
Commander, over here.
On top of the tower, the two dolls originally guarding there couldn't withstand Task Force Defi's assault and quickly lost their combat capabilities.
Commander, hurry! The gate on this side is about to close too. 1 minute left.
Don't get tangled up with them too much. Get into the tower first. The gate is closing. Having confirmed the interior was safe, I set Melanie down on the steps and ducked inside myself. The spiral staircase inside the tower was narrow and steep, the air filled with the cold scent of old dust and stone. As the building's defensive fortification, the surrounding walls were thick and sturdy,
Although the stone steps underfoot hadn't been repaired in a long time, they were still enough to bear everyone's weight. When stepping on them, occasionally small pebbles would roll down the steps, all the way into the depths of the tower. The steps are a bit slippery. Everyone be careful. Ah! Melanie! Kofi tried to grab Melanie, but her hand grasped empty air. Melanie fell down along with the crushed stones. Oh no, Melanie! A moment later, what I feared did not happen. Andre's reassuring voice sounded over the comms. Commander, I caught Melanie. Great. Andres, take Melanie to a safe place first. Understood. However... Wait, this is... Oh no, Andres, get out of there quickly! A loud crash of falling metal came from right beneath our feet. Andres, Melanie! What happened? How are you guys doing? Commander, Melanie and I are both fine. But our brute force cracking and intrusion triggered the security mechanisms of the defense network here. The internal circuits are completely locked down, unless we have a key or direct clearance to disable the security. But electronic intrusion will take time. Moreover, this mechanism triggered a small explosion at the gate below the tower. Now that door is blocked by rubble. Doesn't that mean we can't even activate the demolition system? I'm afraid so. As a defensive fortification of this ancient building, the interior of the wall of the tower only had two entrances. One top and one bottom. Other than that, there were only small windows on the walls, near enough for one hand to reach out. Now that the lower exit is blocked, it means all of us are trapped inside this sturdy tower. Damn it. But how to clear the rubble manually? Commander, you wait. I'll clear out the stones as soon as possible. The situation has become so urgent that there's no room for even for silence. So the next moment someone must step forward. Only then can the script continue to move forward. We all know how the story ends, but the journey along the way is intertwined with real sacrifices, blood, and tears. The shell cannot envelop the heartbeat. Strike fragments, mapping dream memories. Nemesis? Nemesis, don't do it! You bastard, what are you doing? Let go! Let's go. After Nemesis pushed Krolik, the last one left outside with her into the tower, the door slammed shut. The demolition system, which had just shut down due to security system lockdown, restarted. I don't know why this happened. Rather, I still have many questions I want to ask right now. But all they answered me was the overwhelming trembling around me and a deafening sound of explosions. See, that's how you do. Next day. Mainly, let's begin. Alright. In the command room, Mainly was no longer trembling. She gripped the terminal in her hands tightly, her knuckles turning white. In the center of the screen, the casualty and loss list for the mission was detailed. During the mission, the squads that stayed behind the Elmo sustained minor injuries and their frames can be repaired by replacing parts. In addition, Helen's Neurocloud suffered minor damage, and her data will be restored during subsequent routine maintenance. Among the field personnel, Squad 44's sustained a low degree of damage. Task Force Defi's losses are mainly ammunition and equipment. They said they would do a detailed inventory after returning, so we'll hold off listing them for now. Mingling paused, trying hard to make her voice sound normal. Finally, their squad Groza was suffered the most severe losses. The captain and Krulek's frames are 30% damaged. They are currently waiting for repairs in the maintenance pod. And lastly, Nemesis. Status missing. The command room fell into a stretch of silence. Actually, I don't really remember what happened after that day. While waiting for rescue, due to prolonged exposure to collapse radiation and mild concussion caused by the impact of the explosion, I passed out for a while. It is said that shortly after the explosion that day, we were rescued from the tower by Squad 404 and found that the entire outer courtyard area of the castle had been destroyed. Goza's squad and Squad 404 escorted Melanie and me back to the Elmo first, while Alva, Voimastina, and Peritia stayed in the area near the castle a while longer, waiting for the fires caused by the explosion to die down before making a preliminary assessment of the scene. According to the report, after the explosion, the severe limbs of those Paradise dolls were all mixed together, and they couldn't identify which parts belonged to Nemesis' frame. After resting up, they will conduct a thorough investigation of the area around the ancient castle again. Until we can definitely confirm the destruction of Nemesis' frame, we decided to temporarily list her status as missing. By the way, how's Sextans doing? Is there still a chance of waking her up? Sexton's current condition isn't something I can handle, so I temporarily handed over to Miss Dandelion. Yeah, let's do that. Melanie's knowledge of third-generation dolls is limited, so we can only see what solutions Dandelion has on her end. But as long as we bring her frame back, there's still a glimmer of hope that she'll wake up. Subsequently, the various squads that participated in this mission gave their reports. Documents Colfing brought back from the castle room have been decrypted. Inside is some information regarding Darcher, as well as a doll with a code name Juno. The contents show that both Darcher and Juno have returned to that castle for frame maintenance recently. Although I don't know the purpose, it must be related to Sexton's rebirth ceremony this time. Perhaps Darcher's abnormal behavior this time is also inextricably linked to this series of events. In addition, through this mission, I also confirmed many previously unresolved matters. First, regarding Paradise's activities. After William was shot by me, a new figure has emerged within Paradise, taking over and attempting to continue his original research. Chilovic's existence is not an isolated case, and the Lviv incident was not some aftershock from 10 years ago, but a brand new probe by Paradise. Secondly, I initially thought that third-generation dolls were just hired by the conglomerate, but now it seems it's not that simple. The conglomerate and someone from Paradise seem to share administrative control over them. Perhaps the exact situation will only become clear after Dandelion finishes dealing with Sexton's issues. However, this current information is enough to show that Paradise and the conglomerate have reached an extremely deep cooperation. It wouldn't even be an exaggeration to say that Paradise's ambitions are grand enough to swallow the entire conglomerate whole. Judging from the third-generation dolls' control over the conglomerate, it's clear they've been brewing this plan for a long time. Finally, regarding the entire Helena plan. Melanie told me that Helena numbered H35 acting as a test subject, is currently deeply involved in Paradox's experiments. Not being able to save her this time is my greatest regret. At that time, I was clearly already so close to her presence. Looking back now, the one thing that really bothers me is that strange sensation when I approach a location. I remember having that same feeling back in Lviv. Maybe there are subtle differences between them, but I can confirm they are definitely the same type of thing. Commander? Commander? The meeting is adjourned. I raised my head, only then realizing that everyone in the command room was looking at me. I waved my hand to let everyone leave first, while I myself remained motionless in my chair. Right. Britia, can I have a word with you? Sure. After everyone packed up their documents and left the command room, I signaled for Britia to sit beside me. Commander, you must have a lot to ask, right? Your thoughts are very hard to hide. Indeed, but I don't know where to start asking. How about asking with the special abilities I demonstrated? That should be what you're most interested in, right? Yeah. Are you willing to talk about it? Then let's start from there. I'm afraid I have no interest anyway. Commander, when it comes to choices, I must say, you hold so many choices in your hands, yet you always choose the path that leads to the future. You are a very gentle person. I think that is probably why the world chose you. The world chose me? That's right. Exactly that which you're thinking of in your heart. After all, even just acting as the anchor for her descent, I have no right to know her name. But you have the right to know everything. So right now, at this moment, I am sitting by your side. I fell silent again, waiting for Preeta to speak. Though I don't know why she chose me. Perhaps it was because my computing power was sufficient to support her weaving a dream. Perhaps it was coincidence, or perhaps it was just the arrangement of fate. But all in all, she descended here and left behind a portion of her power when she departed. As you already know, this is the power of Nirvana. So, you were able to temporarily suppress the Boojum because... I'm afraid the current me can't probably explain it to you anymore. What I can still say is she doesn't allow Boojums to enter Nirvana. And the power of Nirvana is also one of the few keys capable of completely destroying a Boojum. No wonder Paradox was researching something like this. So... I had many questions I wanted to ask in my heart, but Preeta shook her head. It's fine. You'll need to rush to understand the answer. To create the future, some unknown variables are inevitably required. And it's precisely because of this that you can achieve things she cannot. I was lost in thought for a long time, and ultimately could only voice one final request. Then, can you... Preeta seemed to know what I was going to ask, and immediately shook her head. To resolve this matter, I used up all the power she left behind, and can no longer sense her. Although I will probably still act as her eyes. As for channeling Nirvana's power, I'm afraid I won't be able to do that for a long time. Unless she wishes to change something through me again. Sorry, Commander. How can I help you convey your feelings for you? But please, believe. Everything is arranged by fate. Please do not worry. Because when we parted ways, she once told me, in the not-so-distant future, due to certain events, you will definitely meet again. And when that time comes, it will be her seeking your help. And at that time, she hopes that you, Commander, will hold her hand just like in the past.
Ritia said this and held my hand, as if passing something on. The warmth in her palm seemed a bit more familiar than my impression of her hands. We remained silent for a long time. By the way, I still have one thing I want to ask. Did Nemesis say anything at the end?
So it's about that.
Yes, originally I had some questions I wanted to ask Nemesis directly this time, but...
I understand you have some doubts about her identity.
No, not just her identity. Also,
I understand. Although I don't know the specifics either. But she's a good kid. At the very end, she said she would hack into a Neurocloud of those Paradox dolls, and then control the mechanisms and circuits of the entire castle. That way, everyone would be able to escape.
Is there anything else?
That's all of it. After all, the situation was very urgent at the time, right? I know what you want to hear, but she really didn't have time to say anything else. She didn't say something like, I'll definitely make it back alive to find you guys. But just because she didn't say it doesn't mean she won't do it. Let us pray for her together, with these feelings in our hearts.
Been a good egg. A week later, Dandelion called me to the maintenance room, saying that Sextans' Neurocloud was showing signs of recovery. When I hurried over, I saw Sextans was still in the pod, barely maintaining the stability of her Neurocloud data, relying on the connection established by Dandelion. How's she doing?
Her condition can be described as super terrible. If she hadn't been brought back in time, I'm afraid she wouldn't even be able to keep her last remaining Neurocloud data. That final shot from Doctor hit her Neurocloud core directly. It was absolutely a devastating blow. To be so ruthless even to her own sister, it seems that child has a promising future.
Why exactly did she do that? Even if just a punch a traitor, is it necessary to go to that extent?
Don't underestimate a doll's self-consciousness. It's only human nature to be jealous of someone if someone accomplishes something you couldn't possibly achieve. Once this feeling of jealousy sprouts, grows, and ferments, it will become a monster that even you cannot control. From this perspective, third generation dolls are actually quite close to humans. Commander, perhaps at this very moment, someone is also jealous of you.
Jealous of a wanted criminal with a bounty by the University government?
I can only say you underestimate yourself. The reason you're a wanted criminal with a bounty might just be the reason someone is jealous of you.
For a moment, neither of us spoke. Finally, Dandelion turned her gaze back to Sextans.
Didn't I say before that Boojum Center is incapable of rational thought and can only react on instinct? I have to retract my statement. Although Sexton's condition is very poor, the Boojum in her body has highly assimilated with her Neurocloud core, protecting her basic Neurocloud data from Doctor's bullets. I think this might be some kind of instinct. After a certain connection was severed, the Boojum inside her underwent a qualitative change and began to earnestly work solely for her. In short, her Neurocloud core is currently being supported by Boojum cells and can only be repaired by Boojum cells themselves. However, thanks to Darcher, she is now completely free from control of those people. Whether it's the conglomerate, Paradise, or some Boojum, dialing her number now will result in a dead line. But conversely, due to the loss of large amount of Boojum cells, even if there is a way to repair this frame, she will no longer be able to display the full power of a third generation doll. At most, she can perform at the level of that twin doll you catch in Makosh.
Which is a severe drop in power, by the way. It doesn't matter if we don't have those cells. We are currently equipped to prepare a better frame for her.
Replacing the frame won't work. Didn't I just say her Neurocloud is damaged? Now her Neurocloud is basically being run by the Boojum Center as a substitute. However, there is a huge gap when it comes to her memory. Fortunately, we made backups when we examined her earlier. Now I'm using those backups to try and restore as much of her memory as possible. But to what extent she can recover, that depends entirely on her will. Severing ties with her original system, relying on no one, and establishing a new self through her own strength alone is bound to come at a bloody price. Can only wish her good luck. By the way, doing this took a lot of my time and energy. He remembers that I came here for a vacation.
Ugh. Thank you for your hard work.
What? I couldn't hear clearly. Could you be a bit louder? No, a bit more generous? Commander? You really woke up at a bad time.
Only because you're being too noisy. Ignoring Dandelion's for protest, I approached the pod containing Sextans and turned on the comms device. Sextans, how are you feeling?
I'm back.
Yeah, you're back on the mobile base.
I'm sorry,
It's okay. If you can't remember the past, just forget it. From now on, you are a member of the Elmo. You just need to remember that, and that's enough.
Oh my, if only the commander would be this gentle with me too. I understand. Also, thank you, Miss Dandelion. Oh? I've been discovered? In here I thought I was being quite stealthy. But does this mean your Neurocloud reconstruction is going well enough for you to perceive my presence? Commander, it looks like you can start ordering missing parts instead of preparing to write her off as Junkin's assets.
Dandelion.
This joke isn't that inappropriate, is it?
Since we're on a subject, help me order some parts on Black Market.
As you command.
The projection turned off. Only Sextans and I were left in the maintenance room. But I didn't know what to say either. How about you get some good rest first?
You...
Say what? I pressed my ear on the comms, trying to hear Sexton's voice clearly.
You believe me, and facing such a creature, yet still using a human body.
Yes, I believe in you.
Even though I cannot be loyal?
I understand what you mean, Sextans. A doll with free permissions means she cannot pledge allegiance to anyone through code imprinting.
This is contradictory. But it also means we have the opportunity to trust each other. Just like everyone else on the Elmo. But I cannot contribute my original power for you. I'm already trash. I rate you higher than you rate yourself. You didn't just rebel against your creator. You rebelled against the fates she imposed on you, and you successfully gained control over your Boojum cells inside your body. And you proved to us that third-generation dolls are capable of changing their own fate. And because of you, that woman's mask was pierced, letting me know who the enemy I must strike down now is. Commander. In the past, your life was perhaps simpler and more direct. They gave orders and you executed them, without questioning or thinking. But now, the things you have to consider are perhaps far more complex than before. The only thing you can rely on is making choices through your own heart. You can only try to understand this world like a newborn baby, only feeling pain when touching fire, and only realizing you've reached a dead end when hitting a wall. This process will be very painful. Perhaps you will experience struggle, doubts, torment, and rebellion. But you will eventually discover an unprecedented path that truly belongs to you. Of course, my understanding of doll technology is quite superficial, but I think the logic is pretty much like that. You seem to be talking about a certain person. No, I'm not. I smiled at Sextans. So, the you right now is the best you. Recover well. I will be waiting for you. Yes, Master. Doctor didn't expect herself to wake up so quickly. Moreover, she still remembered the last thing that happened in the castle. I killed Sextans with my own hands. Upon realizing this, Doctor shivered. This means her Neurocloud is still intact. This felt like a deliberate punishment. Doctor quickly squeezed her eyes shut. Pretend to be asleep is useless, child. Mother. Doctor tried to get up, but she found herself fixed to a cold machine. The parts damaged by the second-generation doll, who was as reckless and rough as an old heavy excavator, had all been removed, exposing the entangled tissue masses, dense wiring, and a large number of newly replaced modules inside. She was repaired, but Doctor's heart was filled with despair, because she didn't want to appear for Mother like this. Damn it, even though it was just some old geezer from many years ago. The hatred towards her enemies flashed through Doctor's Neurocloud for only a moment. Very soon, this thought was replaced by fear. Anything else to say? Mother, I was willful. I did something you didn't ask me to do. But even so, Mother gently repaired me. Does that mean I'm forgiven? Commander. That person injured the prototype, severed the connection with H-35, and dug that child Sextans out. Having witnessed all this up close, you must have seen the power behind it too, right? Come on. Tell me everything you know. I didn't see it. I see. It seems I harbor unnecessary expectations. Hearing Mother sigh, Doctor felt despair and sorrow wash over her crumbling Neurocloud like a raging tide. Clear liquid streamed from the corners of her eyes. I'm sorry. Shh. She didn't make a sound. Or rather, she couldn't make a sound. Obviously, Mother didn't want to hear her excuses. Don't worry. I'm not angry with you. You've been a delicate child since the past, Archer. Compared to your other sisters, you have always been more sentimental and more greedily yearning for emotional solace and comfort. Archer tried hard to look at her, attempting to evaporate the tears accumulating in her eyes. A scene from the past appeared before her eyes. Mother supporting Sextans, walking forward step by step. That was the first generation doll among them to be completed, assembled only a little earlier than her. Even so, Sextans receives the most, perhaps the only, love from Mother. Mother seemed to treat Sextans as a prototype, truly treating her like a human girl, like a daughter, even if it was only for a dozen hours or so, and even if she probably just wanted to test the impact of maternal love on third generation dolls, Neuroclouds, and the Boojum inside her during its growth period. But then 10 or so hours were recorded in the Neurocloud of Archer, who was watching from the sidelines. She watched how Mother supported Sextans, how she gently taught her about the world, how she sang a lullaby for her when she slept. Before understanding who she was, Archer realized a feeling of jealousy. If it were me, I definitely would not have betrayed her. At least, that traitor Sextans has already... But... Next time you meet Sextans, bring her back as intact as possible. I am very curious about the current status of her heart, and whether its nature has already undergone changes. Mother, why do you still want that traitor? Besides, she's already been... You seem certain that you destroyed her Neurocloud. By design, if her Neurocloud is truly completely obliterated, the Boojum heart inside her body would immediately take over the Neurocloud functions to govern the frame, causing her to permanently remain in an alternate form. But such a situation did not occur, did it? But The heart formed by the Boojum is capable of connecting into the Neurocloud's calculations via something akin to biological nerves, maximizing computational capacity. Currently, I have only partially realized this function within Cocoon. Because it's tightly integrated with the Neurocloud core, and their Boojum cells capable of nearly realizing the function of a brain, there's a chance they can repair the operation of a Neurocloud core that would normally be impossible to fix. Of course, the possibility is extremely low, but since it involves that commander, no matter how small the chance of breaking through it at the limit is, it's best not to trust those odds. This is not superstition, but my conclusion as a researcher. You will see Sextans again. Boojum, back up. She will appear before my eyes again? Dr. let at Mother ashamedly. She had caused her so much trouble, yet she couldn't get anything right. For a moment, Dr. felt she perhaps didn't deserve any gentle treatment. And right then, Mother walked over and patted her head. A gentle voice rang out, singing that familiar sweet song, yet one that never belonged to Archer. Sleep. Sleep, my precious baby. Sleep peacefully in the cradle, warm and comfortable. Sleep, sleep, my precious baby. All the beautiful wishes in the world, all the happiness, all belong to you. Archer closed her eyes happily. Even though she knew Mother wasn't singing out of affection, she felt she had never been this fulfilled. Afterwards, a boundless silence swallowed Archer, sinking her consciousness into deep nothingness. Mother looked with satisfaction at the transparent jar on the table with the STR-018247 label. A mass of slightly writhing polymer lay inside, flashing with a dazzling light. Those were the Boojum cells that used to be active in Sextans' body, originating from the Boojum prototype she used to cultivate all third-generation dolls. Under the nourishment of the dolls' Neurocloud and energy, they had taken on a material and radiation wavelength completely different from Sextans' half-body Boojum. They were excised by some power, completely intact, and they were already dead. It was the first time she'd seen a Boojum truly die in the real sense of the word. To completely destroy Boojum cells only requires high temperatures. But that is a method of physical destruction. Even she had never attained such an intact, yet completely devoid of life activity Boojum before. Under those circumstances, he shouldn't have been carrying any methods or weapons that I wasn't aware of or hadn't used in the laboratory. Even if the prototype can still recover, the connection to that child has likely been permanently severed. Furthermore, the growth process the prototype has achieved during this time will also regress. The current Sextans has become a doll that she did not create. She had completely gained her freedom, and perhaps, to some extent, she was already a brand new individual. You can even do something like this, Commander. Fate truly favors you. No, this is love. You really are the opponent we should fear at the most in this world. Task Force Defy. 7,893rd contact attempt. Requesting connection. Connected. Mona, why is it you? For the upcoming big move, a certain Miss Secretary has entered a period of radio silence, so I had to take over the communications duties. Alva, I've read the mission log for this time. It really is as violent as always. With Void Bastina around, this kind of thing can be avoided. I'm on comms channel too. Then just take it as a compliment. It's a compliment from a security doll, so it carries a lot of weight. Besides, there wasn't really any other way at the time. Thanks for understanding. Has the organization provided any feedback regarding this mission? Of course, I'm not rushing you. But this discovery is crucial. I believe it can serve as direct evidence that Paradise has completely revived and integrated into an even larger and more terrifying existence. I understand, but... Yes, Mona is SP9. The higher-ups seem to have matters they care about more. Matters they care about more? But what could be more important than tracking down... I understand, but this is their intention. This will indeed cause trouble for you executing frontline missions. But coordinating our actions with the orders from above, that is our duty. Alright. Then what were the orders given from above? Continue the survey mission. Maintain monitoring the anomalous electromagnetic fluctuations. Doesn't seem any different from before. Also, keep in touch with the commander, and when necessary, transmit information about the Elmo back to the organization. I was waiting for a moment, but no new reply came through the comms. That's it? That's it? Does this mean the commander's already safe? Well, at least it's a positive sign, right? Alright. Though I feel this is just no different from what we're doing before. But since it's order from above, we'll continue to follow up. Right. In that case, safety first. You too. The call ends. As always, the Elmo traversed through the boundless desert. Please come in. Commander. What's wrong? Did you go visit Helena? Yeah. Helena woke up for a little bit just now. I told her everything we've been through recently. Could she understand that? Probably. Although she seems to only have a half-baked understanding, Helena seems to understand a bit more than I thought. That's quite an improvement. However, Helena told me that she also dreamed of that child we couldn't save while she was asleep. For some reason, she seemed to have an exceptionally strong connection to that child. And she also said that the child told her her own name. That child? I remember her name was Ace-35, right? No, not a coding like Ace-35 or D-68. It was a human name. Just like the name Melanie gave me. I saw that what I was doing and looked at Melanie. Did she say what her name was? Melanie said she forgot. No, that's not right. What she said was that it's something that she shouldn't remember. Something she shouldn't remember? I felt this phrasing was a bit strange, yet it gave me a sense of familiarity. Commander, that child seems a bit different from us. I keep feeling like she doesn't belong here. Melanie's brief words made a certain thought in my mind gradually become clearer. If that memory only exists in my heart truly happened, if the possibilities shown by Nirvana truly exist, then at the other end of the world, those guided by fate, will there ever be a chance to meet again? Are you saying, does that mean we still have a chance to save that child? After all, even now, Helena can still sense her. Yes, definitely. If my theory is true, then she must be alive somewhere in this world. Commander, I'm sorry. After going through this, I realized I have been talking about things that were very difficult to achieve. I've always had the goal of saving all the Helenas, but in the end, I could barely even save H-35. But if I don't do this, more and more children will fall into the same suffering I experienced. Melanie. If you always let your imagination run wild, you won't grow tall. Won't grow tall? Even though you and Helena share the same genes. I remember. When we measured your heights before, she was already 1 centimeter taller than you. How can this be? I clearly make sure to drink milk properly. Melanie looked at me angrily with clenched fist, only to find a reprehensible smile on my face. Commander, you really are lying! No, it's true. If you don't believe me, go ask Mei Ling. I'll go ask Mei Ling later. If you don't want to lose to Helena, stop always thinking about these things. Melanie, the most important thing for you to do right now is to eat well, sleep well, then quickly grow taller, quickly grow up. Only this way can you slowly become stronger to fight those bad guys. And then save all the Helenas, right? I understand. Alright. Hurry up and get ready to eat. I remember today's menu has your favorite fried chicken and pizza. Okay. I'll go right now. What a good dad. We still can't tease her shit. Melanie waved goodbye to me and trotted out of the command room. The collapse storm has just passed, and the yellow zone saw blue skies for the first time in a long while. Sunlight illuminated this desolate land, day after day, as if nothing had ever changed. Yet something was quietly changing. For example, I finally decided to no longer obsess over the chaotic past, no longer worry about predicaments that haven't happened yet, no longer consider the games of those big shots. I finally decided to tentatively take a step towards the future. Although I don't know how much further I can go, at least, even if I had to fall, I want to fall closer to the summit. I don't know if it's due to a change in mood, but I noticed something outside the base's vehicle window. Something never before seen something appeared in the unchanging desert. A purple plant fluttered in the wind at the edge of my vision. As the base vehicle gradually moved forward, I suddenly realized it wasn't a plant. I rubbed my eyes. Nemesis? Yep, that's it. It's been a while since we had a cliffhanger ending. The beer belly Pavel. Holy fuck, it's almost 1 o'clock! Damn. Oh, man. It's like my body realized it's 1 o'clock and it's like, it's time to go to sleep. Yeah, that's a really strong event, yeah. Yeah, I honestly really want to talk about it because this event was a massive lore dump. Massive lore dump. And I really do want to talk about it, but I don't have time. Maybe we'll talk about it. I can't do it on Thursday either because people will be there for Croissant. So yeah, it has been on Discord. It has been on Discord. So maybe I'll just hop on a Discord stream, and we can just talk about everything after work. After work, but yeah. If I do that, I'll let you guys know. But for now, I'm gonna go ahead and hop off and get some sleep because I do have work in the morning. So thanks for hanging out. I'll see you guys Thursday. Y'all take care. Have a good night or good day or whatever.